Big Orange fans, you played every snap. You showed your orange. But you're just getting started because it's time for the best post-game fan show in college football. It's time for the Garza Law Firm 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. The place where the Big Orange universe from all around the world gathers to talk about today's game. Unfiltered, uncensored, and unapologetic. And did we mention commercial-free? A show of you, by you, and yep, for you.
Yes! Yes!
The most unique fan experience in sports. And it happens right now. Get online at 865-200-5402. That's 865-200-5402. Or you can hit us up on Twitter at Tony Basilio. Now, here's your host of the Garza Law Firm 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. The man who's been keeping it real for the Vol fans for a quarter century. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tony Basilio.
Probably an appropriate way for that game to end. Tennessee scores what looks like a touchdown to get inside the number, those of you who play the ponies. And then that touchdown is not recognized by the Zebras. And then, of course, the Vols false start. Time runs out. The game runs out. Tony Basilio live today. / into the wee small hours of the morning with you. It's Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. That was, well, it's a hell of a game in the first half. The Vols were hanging tough, played very well defensively, did a lot of things well. Can't do that at the end of the half. And what we know about Alabama is, coming into this game, they had turned the ball over twice. They will not hurt themselves. It is not in their DNA to hurt themselves. They turned it over once today at midfield, and Tennessee had that catastrophic turnover. I jumped on, and Matt helped me at halftime space, and we were talking. And look, Tennessee had to play a dead level second half to win the game, and they just weren't going to do that. I mean, this was going to be a tough spot for the Vols no matter what. And they didn't make it any easier on themselves, though Tennessee defensively was pretty good tonight at times till they weren't. And late in the game, it sort of gave way, and it was what it was as the Vols lose 37-20. And Tony Basilio, you got Matt Dixon, you've got the chef, Will Heflin, and Sinko. We'll get as many calls in as we can. It's Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction presented by Marcos Garza and your Garza Law Firm online at garzalaw.com. And the truth is, Tennessee was in this game in a spot where they had to be razor sharp, and they just weren't. The good thing was Alabama wasn't early either. So, it was going to be a real nail-biting SEC football game into the second half till that play happened at the end of the first half. Matt Dixon, I'll jump you in first. Your thoughts on what we witnessed, and then we'll go to the phones.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. It sucks. It's really, really disappointing. You have a 14-point just catastrophic play at the end of the first half.
Yeah.
In a game you lose by 17. So, that was obviously the biggest play of the game, and you just couldn't. Whenever your defense had to have a stop, like after your offense scored, they didn't get it. You give up like a 99-yard drive or whatever.
Yeah.
And whenever your offense, like you got that turnover there early in the second half, and then your offense can't capitalize on it. But like you said, they had to play perfect in the second half to have a chance late, and that they're not going to. This team's just not going to play clean.
No.
Nobody plays clean anymore in this football, but Tennessee just kind of beat themselves with the penalties, the false starts. some of the ticky-tack stuff on the offense early was, is what it is. A defense couldn't get off the field on third downs early.
Yep.
So it's kind of a culmination of that. But Alabama's really, really good, and you're playing on the road.
Yeah.
So you lost to a better team. You just wish you would have had a puncher's chance there late in the fourth, and you had just that catastrophic into the first half. But you at least showed some fight coming out in the second half where you could have rolled over.
All right, Sinko, your thoughts, and then we go to the phones, and then I'll get the chef in here.
I find myself of mixed emotion.
Yeah.
Preseason, I thought this team was 8-4. They gave us some hope with the way Aguilar played, and adjusted that. I said, hey, 9-3 is on the table, and in theory it is. We all know it's not. If you look at the schedule, you'd say, yeah, we could. It's still ahead of us. We can go 10-2. When you watch the product in the unserious way that they manage games, and the unserious way that here's what I'll say. Josh Heupel in his tenure here goes on road to big time programs and in important games and is not serious. You have to button up everything to have a chance to win these games, because you're not going to get an interference call on Brazel. You're never going to get that call at Alabama.
Yeah.
You have to have alignment and assignment. We've been talking about that for 2 weeks. You cannot just give up pass interference unnecessarily and just think, oh, it's okay, it's only 15 yards. You have to take tackling somewhat as more than a passing thought of, hey, that'd be nice if I made a tackle today. And so that's where I'm torn, because we don't win at Alabama. Josh Heupel doesn't win at Alabama. Josh Heupel doesn't win a lot of big games. And I know that going in, yet I'm watching how many games in his tenure where you're sitting here watching. I agree with Matt that I agree with Matt that Alabama's a very nice team.
Yeah.
But a representative effort by Tennessee, and you're making this a game at the end of the game.
There's no doubt. Yeah, there's no doubt.
I mean, this is not a 17-point game.
No.
And I find myself looking at Josh Heupel, and I come to the conclusion in year 5 that he's a very nice play caller, and he's the guy I really like running my program.
Yeah.
But tackling and playing defense is not important to him. It's not. In passing, he'll say it is. He'll get in front of the podium, he'll talk about it, and he's unbelievable. Meaning, not that he's unbelievable because I don't believe it. I don't believe he believes it. I think he's a play caller. And the reason I say that is because last year was the anomaly on defense. Everyone said we were building up to that and we would take another step. No, last year was the anomaly. This is back to what we saw the first 3 years. And he has no interest in pre-snap penalty correction. He has no interest in tackling. He has no interest in going to down the hall to Tim Banks and say, the fuck are you doing in this zone defense? It's an embarrassment how they run zone defense. And so that's where I'm in mixed emotion, because in truth, I had realistically no chance to win this game. And yet I'm watching a program that
and it was
should have every chance to be. Yeah. Yes. And I'm sorry, I'm emotional about it.
It's exactly
frustrating the hell out of me.
Yeah, it's exactly
it's right there.
Well, that's what Matt and I were talking about at halftime. That should have been at the very least a 6-point game at half. It was so mismanaged. And look, people going to blame Aguilar. Blame Aguilar if that's what you want to do. You cannot run that play there on the goal line after that sequence. You cannot.
You can't call a play action.
You cannot call a play action pass there. Come on now.
I mean, geez.
Who's going to go for that? Who in their right mind?
Our defense would probably bite on it, but any capable defense won't.
Well, let's go to
not only that, you're asking a fairly inaccurate by today's standards passer to put a thread through the needle.
Well, that's
an incredibly difficult pass to make.
That's a very difficult pass. And he wasn't going to get into the end zone. Even if you go back and look at it, they had that thing well That thing was well covered, and it was thrown in the field to play. That made no sense. None of that. The risk reward on that play made zero sense, and it's what turned the ball game around. And that's what these SEC games come down to, and that's why in the game of life, you don't want to trust yourself to just anybody. That's why Marcos Garza, the Garza Law Firm, whether it's DUI defense or criminal defense, personal injury or Social Security disability, any of a myriad of matters of the law, Marcos Garza and your Garza Law Firm have you. We'll go to the phones, 865-200-5402. On the Tony Vitello situation, some people are wondering about that. I'm just going to say this off the top. I think people at the upper levels of the university are gotten involved in this, and we'll see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how you can stop a guy from going if he wants to go, but I think Tennessee's going to pull out all the stops, whatever that means. And I don't want to get too far into that. We'll tackle that Monday on the show if it's still a thing. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air. Welcome in. Hi, you're on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction.
Hugh Freeze lives another overtime.
Hey, welcome in. As Hugh Freeze goes down in defeat again.
Hello, sheep. It's your
they missed it.
shepherd.
Like an overtime.
Hey, Josh, welcome in.
Joshy boy.
Hey, Josh.
Well, when are people going to believe that this defense is not good, Tony? We've seen it game and after game and after game. It's like a movie. You see the same movie over and over and over.
But the defense was pretty good in the first half, Josh. They gave up 2 scores. They
How about the second half, Tony, when they gave up that long third down play?
Yeah, it is what it is. You're right.
Yeah. But
I mean,
Tony,
Bama offense only scored 28 points. I mean, I would have taken that going into the game.
I agree with that, Matt.
True.
I mean, if we're being honest about it, I thought 35 we'd have to score 35 to win. We gave up 28, and then our offense gave up 9.
I feel that.
And I said 40-plus going into this weekend would win you the game. But, Tony, you said if you're going to blame Joey Aguilar, blame him. The only play I really blamed Joey was the pick 6 before half.
Yeah.
Just stupid play by Heupel. Drew it up, coming in out of a timeout. Just if you're gonna do that, you should have just kicked the field goal after the second down.
Alabama clinically saw Tennessee in that power formation, called that timeout, and basically called Tennessee's bluff. And you know what it reminded me of? I said this in our Twitter space today at halftime, so it bears repeating. It reminds me of when Georgia saw Tennessee getting ready to go for a 4th down, called timeout, and Tennessee came back out and punted.
Yeah. And, Tony,
I didn't like either decision.
We outgained them in yards tonight, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, with that being said, guys, with the schedule rest of the season, the only win I see on our schedule left is Kentucky and New Mexico State. Oklahoma can beat us in Neyland. We could lose in Florida, and even Vandy can beat us in Neyland.
Oh, I think all 3.
The way this defense is playing.
Yeah, I think all 3 of those games are in play. And, look, Kentucky played Texas off their feet tonight. And Arch Manning, it is an absolute struggle for him. I don't know if they're going to try to recoup some of their money from him or what that is.
Tony,
but I looked up in the 4th quarter, Josh. He had like 108 yards passing. I mean, what are we doing? In the football game. In the game, Josh. I don't know what he finished with, but exactly what are we doing?
He's not a good quarterback, Tony.
I don't think he is.
Yeah, but one thing Josh Heupel needs to realize going into the offseason, he cannot let his friends get in the way, and he needs to make some staff changes and fire Tim Banks.
Thank you, Joshua. That's one call. We're one down. 1 Tim Banks firing so far. Sinko, the zone defense at times. Defensively, Tennessee was okay tonight at times. And then, Sean, they allowed some terrible busts. But, like I was telling Matt at halftime, when you're playing this kid, a quarterback from Alabama, he's just not going to do things to hurt himself. He's not going to force balls. He hasn't done it all year outside of the Florida State game. He's going to keep his eyes open, keep his eyes up downfield. And they beat you tonight really without a terrific running game. They were still really good, Bama was, when they needed to be.
Yeah, they're really good. They're a nice team. They were gettable today. I agree with you on Ty Simpson. There were 2 passes that he made to Ryan Williams. Boo Carter was covering one.
Yeah.
Colton Hood was covering. They were textbook coverages. You couldn't cover the guys any better. I mean, they were Stetson Bennett on that last touchdown pass. They were that good. Okay, so you give them the credit, and then you move on. Great play. But sometimes we're so out of play. We're so out of control. The Hood one. Now Hood had his back. He wouldn't have known that was overthrown. Right. That was completely unnecessary.
That's right.
William Wright was so out of position when that was his man. I mean, I know he's a walk-on guy. No offense. But if you're going to put in that effort, just play your technique, bro. That was unnecessary. I disagree with Josh. The safety that Aguilar took was ridiculous. He had nice protection. He stood there in the end zone with his heels screwed into the ground. He should have easily bounced that out, and he refused to move. It looked to me like he got stepped on by an offensive lineman. That was completely avoidable. I don't know what he's doing. I thought Joey Aguilar hit his ceiling. Hit his head against the ceiling today. I thought he had some nice throws, but I thought the game was too big for him. The unawareness to get the first down when nobody was closing in on him. The safety was bad, and then obviously that pick six was just as Matt said, that's the game changer. That's the play of the game.
Chef, where you at?
The other things that they melt. I noticed it, but I thought is again, at what point are we going to make receivers accountable for dropping balls? It's more than recurrent. And again, that's not Aguilar's problem. I mean, even McElroy, who, he's no fan of Tennessee, but even what did he say? We were 135th in the country in drop balls.
Oh, we look like it.
At some point, you have to address these things.
Well, it's like Matt says. People wanted me to sing and sell for going on the road to Bama and win it. I kept saying all week, I feel good about the game, but not good enough to say Tennessee's going to win. I felt good because I don't think Alabama's great, but they're pretty good. And they were pretty good tonight. But they're not great. I can't say into a microphone that I've said this all year, that I think we're going to the playoffs when we do as many unsound things as we do. And we just do unsound things. So it kind of, at this point, it sort of is what it is. But we fought, played well at times.
This team's chance to steal a game was against Georgia, and we missed a field goal.
Amen. Should have stolen. And that Georgia team
I think we're probably going to go 9-3, and that keeps us out. But
that's probably true. That's probably true. And
one thing we talked about all week where Tennessee's big advantage was our defensive line and our pass rush, and they were kind of non-existent tonight. We didn't get a sack.
Yeah.
And Alabama actually had, they had 4 sacks, 2 of them early in the game. The safety, I think, counts. Like our defensive line and our pass rush, just kind of like that Georgia game last year, what should have been one of your big strengths going into this game was kind of neutralized in a non-factor, and that's disappointing.
Back to the phones we go.
Because we just can't cover them. I mean, zone.
No.
We all know we aren't going to be able to cover them.
Back to the phones we go. It would have been nice a couple weeks ago, a couple games back, to get McCoy back. Who knows how that's going to go? We'll continue to monitor it, but yeah. And Williams tonight, you got his full attention. He was full-throated in that game. I mean, he was excellent tonight. And the Bernard guy's a great player as well. So let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You're on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hey, Tony, Nathan, Chattanooga. How are you?
Hey, Nathan. Good to talk to you.
Good. Hey, I can't. I don't think anybody really can say any better than what Sinko has said, and I'm usually a pretty positive guy. I really am. I stay that way for as long as I can. But I mean, I think it's very fair to be very hard on this coaching staff after this game. I mean, this team does nothing that a good football team does. We don't tackle well. We can't get off the field on third down at all. Our receivers do not make clutch plays. And we make poor coaching calls at critical times. There's nothing that this team does that good football teams do that win in this conference. And it starts at with the coaching staff. And I think it's time to really put some heat on Heupel. I mean, I certainly as hell don't want to start over. I don't. Because I think he has won some games here and has done good. He'll never be an A-list coach here and coach and play for championships from what I've seen. But I mean, it's it was just a piss poor job, and it's so hard to watch as a fan.
I think, Nathan, that's why last week's Arkansas game drew the reaction that it drew, is just a lot of the little things that aren't being done. But like Matt said, that's the modern game. Alabama's figured out a way to mitigate those things, which is why they're sort of toward the top of the league right now. Georgia's figured out a way so far how to get away with those things, because they don't do a lot of little things well either. But they're figuring out how to win games despite that. Like, they had no business winning the game in Neyland Stadium. No business winning that game. And Tennessee might rue the day that occurred. But, hey, man, I hear you. It's hard for me to freak out about a game that I penned in as a loss earlier in the year, and kind of this week I penned it in.
But I think being upset about it in the sense that, I mean, they did not out-talent us on the football field.
Agreed.
They didn't roll a bunch of guys out there we couldn't play with.
Agree with that.
So when it comes down to, I mean, I'm not talking about one or two little things, every little thing.
Yes.
I mean, critical penalties at critical times.
Yes.
Poor play calling. Like that play at the end of the damn first half.
Yes.
Out of a damn timeout, when their coaching staff talked to that corner and said, look, that play's coming.
Yes.
Break on it. And then you go out and run it again? My God.
Matt, why didn't they check out of that? Like, why didn't they give him
malpractice.
Why didn't they give him a check, Matt, out of that?
I'm not sure. But you really limit what you can run when you're in that formation. And then you try to play action on top of that. I mean, that's just
that nobody bought.
Nobody's going to bite on that play
No.
action. And the DBs are just reading your quarterback, and it's a really tough throw across the field.
It's an impossible throw. It's an impossible throw.
Well, and then
all these things are true.
Yeah.
But that's a 14-point swing in a game you lost by 17.
Mm-hmm.
So all these little mistakes that we have, all that's true.
Yeah.
But we also we're kind of played them pretty even besides that one play, which is really remarkable.
But I mean, we really, and there's no doubt in my mind with some of that cleaned up, in which evidently that coaching staff cannot clean it up. We may win that game. I mean, we were very close to winning that game with just some basic things being done.
I think that's accurate.
And Mike Matthews, I just don't know. I don't know how good receiver he is. He drops down at least two critical balls every game, and so does that damn tight end.
Kitzel, man, that poor guy. Oh my gosh, man, that poor fella.
I mean, my God. These guys are getting paid.
Hey, thank you, brother. Good talking to you. 865-200-5402. TLD Logistics phone lines are open.
I think Mike Matthews is the best safety on this team.
It's a pretty good line.
Yeah, I hear you, but I see a relative lack of concentration out there on a lot of things. And things that I was watching, if you're in film and I'm watching Caleb Herring at 6'5", 245 pounds, getting stoned by Jeremy Bernard. He can't even set the edge on an off-tackle run against a slot wide receiver. What, in the words of Tony Vasilio, what are we doing?
Chef.
I'm watching. We get a perfect play call and recognition on a double pass.
Yes.
And we are so out of control with our leverage that the guy actually gains a net 15 yards or 17 when he should have lost 15. That's silly. That's not bad. That's just silly.
865-200-5402. Will Heflin, jump in here. I want your thoughts on what we witnessed and where we go from here, brother.
It's an interesting spot, Tony. It really is a weird position that we're in. A weird day overall if you throw in the V stuff.
Yep.
But here's the deal. I think all of us rationales kind of went into this game, either circled it in the summer or, went into it this week, especially after how Arkansas played out last week and just how Bama's been lately. I don't think we expected to win. Nothing those other guys have said is completely out of line.
Yeah.
But for me, it's the way that it happens just changes your whole perspective. You want to be competitive and give yourself a chance, and that's what it comes down to. And so now it's going to go like this. It's happened over and over, and so you're in such a weird spot with the program because how good Heupel is at building a program and calling plays, everything we've said. He does a lot of things really well. But game management and having them ready to go compete on a big-time stage away from your home stadium, he's never done it.
No, away, it's tough.
He's never done it. And so we're in a really, really weird spot, Tony. What are we doing? I really don't know.
Well, and everybody, the bad thing about this is Kurt Segnetti. He is the nemesis to the guys, to the good old gang that's used to be going, getting 9-10 wins and collecting your $10 million and just going about your business to get up to the podium and just say, yeah, it got away from us. We need to get better, etc. He's the guy that's the turd in the punch bowl because he's the guy that's taking Indiana and hitting the portal hard and coaching guys up and correcting mistakes and not just going for it's been this way. This is the way we do it. That's why James Franklin got fired. Let's get real.
No, there's no question. That's
why Florida and LSU, even LSU, Brian Kelly will get fired this year.
That's correct.
It's because of guys like Kurt Segnetti is the guy out there that's saying, wait a second. No, I can teach you how to tackle. I can teach you how to not jump off sides.
Let's go back to our TLD logistics phone lines here. It's Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. It's very difficult to win away from home. It's really hard to win these signature games away from home. But to Will's point, when you're as unsound as we are in some of the phases, boy, it's really hard to win away from home in a spot like that. We saw that tonight in so many ways. Hello and welcome into our next call. As I remind you, portions of tonight's program presented by our friends at T3 Vodka. You score a T3 TD every time when you ask for T3 Vodka by name. Tennessee's premium vodka, handcrafted with passion, precision, a whole lot of pride, taking the volunteer state by storm. Handcrafted right in the majesty of the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. And what a beautiful time, beautiful week. It was here all week. It was just gorgeous here. Quality isn't a promise. It's a way of life. Filtered 10 times, 80 proof. A smoothness that's unmatched. A dedication to excellence. T3 is a 5-time gold medal winning vodka and 2025 SITS Consumer Choice Award medal winner. So whether you're sipping it neat on the rocks or mixing your favorite cocktail, T3 Vodka, your choice for a premium award-winning experience, and you will score a T3 TD, and you will ask for it by name, drink it neat, drink it right, and score a T3 TD. And let me go ahead and get our T3 TD in tonight is Tennessee with a nice answer early in the football game after going down 7-0 and then deciding that they were going to wake up, drive down the field, and Tennessee punched it in after a 10-play, 78-yard drive. And so Tennessee with the victory there, at least scoring and getting on the board at 7-7. And, of course, we know what happened right before halftime, but I don't want to get into that. Let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome. We're off to a real positive start here. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, guys. Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, Sean. Also, Clark Lee at Vanderbilt. The Vanderbilt coach and Signetti, they're going to get a lot of coaches fired. And
I'm not ready to jump on Clark Lee yet. I think he's having a nice season, but I'm not there yet. But I do know what you're. I do agree what you're saying. I do agree.
Look at the discipline they play with.
Yep.
Our guys going to win more games than you lose. I have no doubt. But he's not a championship coach. They don't do the little things at all. And he'll never win a big game on the road against a top 10.
Oh, come on, Dave.
No, there's no come on about it.
Dave, never's a long time. Never's a long time. Come on, Dave.
Tony, when they picked that ball off and ran back for a touchdown,
yeah,
it felt like Butch Jones was over there on the sideline. Because that's the kind of shit that happened to Butch Jones. And that's what it is. That doesn't happen to good coaches that have their teams well prepared. We came out unprepared, and it's just on rinse and repeat every year with this guy. It happened, the 2022 season. To me, is going to be an outlier because he's never going to do that again. And even that year, he went up to Columbia and got totally embarrassed by Shane Beamer. And he just it's the penalties, the missed tackles, it's all the attention to detail. And he's got his good old boy Jesse, got his buddies coaching with him. And I think he's over his head. He's just not going to. I mean, now we can sit here and go, and let me tell you something. Mm-hmm. The next 2 years are going to tell you everything about this head coach because he's going to have 4 and 5 those road games in the SEC. Yes. That extra SEC game is not going to be. It's not a good thing for Josh Heupel.
It's not a good thing for all these coaches. To Sean's point,
that's right.
You're going to get a lot of coaches fired. Yeah.
Your Hugh Freezes.
Yeah, it's going to get a lot of people fired.
LSU.
It's going to get a lot of people fired. That's right.
Huh?
No, you're right. It's going to – the buyout market is –
Hugh Freeze is probably gone by the time we wake up tomorrow.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, Dimwood ended Freeze's tenure tonight.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm
I
not
don't know if anybody watched that.
Hey, Dave.
The fact that Auburn lost that game is mind-boggling.
Oh,
they outplayed Missouri in every way possible except for the ways you got to win.
Yeah. Hey, Dave. You mentioned Vanderbilt being disciplined, and you're correct. They're a lot more disciplined than Tennessee. Would it surprise you to know that Tennessee and Vandy each get the same amount of penalties a game, and Vandy actually has more penalty yards than Tennessee?
Well, they just seem they look better coached to me. Just they pass the eye test.
No, I agree with that, but like I think we're hyper focused on Tennessee and the flaws, and we expect them. Tennessee's kind of middle of the pack in the SEC this year in penalties, which is was stunning to me when I realized that the other
Matt.
week.
That's very interesting.
I think what Dave's alluding to is when you talk about Signetti, you talk about, and they're having nice years. So they could be in the dumps next year for all we know. But when you look at Vanderbilt, they will get out athleted, and they will get out. But when you watch them, you can see that they have a plan, they have a purpose, they know what they're good at, they know what they're not good at, and they're going to play a game 60 minutes toward that. Mm-hmm. We don't look like that. We look like a collection of play calls, both on offense and defense.
Yep.
And if it shakes out our way, great. And if it doesn't shake out our way, well, that's too bad. And on teams where you have more talent, that's great. But on teams where you line up and they're as talented or more talented, we don't seem to dial it up a little bit. The intensity doesn't seem to improve when we go on the road. The lack of it, the attention to detail doesn't seem to be there.
No, it
just seems to be the same old. And I think I'm not putting words in his mouth, but because Clarkley's okay. He's not great, but I will give him credit. He is taking cast off from other teams and giving them a purpose, and they are playing within those lines, and I can appreciate that.
I'll tell you one thing we better tighten up before we see them. That excellent that Stowers kid, that tight end, is going to go for about 190 yards against us if we don't tighten up the middle of our field. Because that guy will destroy us in Neyland Stadium.
Now, we have a chance to beat them because it's in Neyland Stadium.
Yes.
But I'm telling you,
that kid is
right
a
now,
hell of a player.
I'm telling you right now, if we had to go to Nashville this year, it wouldn't be good. And
we went to Nashville last year and spotted them 14 points and then blew them out.
I don't know how.
Right, but they're a better team this year than they were last year.
That environment.
Yeah, but our offense was terrible last year, and we went up and down the field on them.
Yeah, that environment, Dave. Come on, it's Nashville.
Well, I'm
where
just
the Titans play.
What I'm saying is, what's our goals as a program? Is your goal to just win more games than you lose?
Yeah.
Or is your goal to win a championship? And if your goal is to win a championship, this is not the guy. Just not.
Thank you, my brother. Good talking to you. It's and the thing about the whole championship discussion, because I've been down the road in the 90s. I've been through all this, okay? We all have. That's for everybody to decide. That's for everybody in their own heart and mind to decide what's good enough. I'll tell you this about Josh Heupel. This guy has a really, really, really high floor. We've seen a lot of guys around here, like Sean was talking about, things that happened to Butch Jones, and he's right. That 100-yard return for a touchdown felt like that Georgia play in Neyland Stadium. That's true. There's no denying that. And it can't happen. It's just in that spot in a championship game in this league, there's just too much on the line for that to happen. But let's just call this guy here ain't gonna bottom out like Butch Jones, or he's just not. He's not gonna bottom out like Derek Dooley did. So let's not pretend otherwise. This guy's a solid coach. The thing you have to ask yourself, and the thing I ask myself, is how do we get from this point to being cleaner? We have a super chat in here, guys, over on YouTube. And I want to shout out the super chat right now. And it comes from Myra Bird, who asked the following. And I'd like the panel to tackle this. Matt, I'll throw it at you. What do you guys think about quality control since Golish left? And how do we fix these issues? How do we fix the attention to detail? Because, Matt, you and I both know internally that people about Golish said he was the asshole in the deal. He was the guy that was the real heavy.
Yeah, he was the bad cop. I think you need that. You need that disciplinarian, kind of like Cutcliffe was to Fulmer.
That's exactly right.
I do think that stuff's missing.
Yeah.
You were just as heavily penalized back then, but the false starts that come in just the worst times, lining up where a guy, your slot receivers an illegal guy downfield, the offensive PI. So like all those things just continue to happen. We get called for them so much that we've got to adjust how we either coach that or scheme that stuff up, because those are just drive killers. And then of course the weird snap stuff, like you had that one tonight that kind of effectively killed a drive.
Killed it.
All those things have to get cleaned up. It's just I don't know how you do it.
And Matt, the point you make is, and this needs to be underscored here, it's not just the penalties, it's that they come at the worst possible times.
Yes.
For instance.
You have them in third and long, and they're throwing a ball away.
Throwing a ball away.
Grab a receiver for no reason at all on an uncatchable ball. You can't do stuff like that.
Well, and to Sean's point, Hood has no way of knowing. That was Hood or the freshman? Which corner was that? Whoever it was, they have no way of knowing the ball's over their heads. It's just that losing teams that aren't going to win games like this, that don't excel in these areas, are always going to make that play. They're always going to have that snap infraction. They're always going to get down on that goal line at the end of the game when people are trying to have their bet covered, which we're trying to punch a touchdown in, and they're always going to run out of time at the end of that game because it's kind of how they roll. It's just sort of how they roll. I don't know what else to tell you, but let's go back to the phones on our TLD Logistics phone line. So, Myra, I will say that you've got a good point on Golish, and Golish was the heavy in that room. There's very little doubt he was the heavy in that room. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Tony B. Fellas, what's up? Hey, listen, bro. I'm going to tell you this story, okay?
You guys going to have a new coach by tomorrow morning, I think.
Yes, sir. I hope so.
Yeah, I think they're getting rid of him.
Let me tell you something. Deshaun Bishop is the truth, man. That's my ex-wife's nephew. He's the truth, bro. Yep. And this is the good news for the Tennessee Volunteer fans all over the country. He got 4 more cousins that go to Grace that's coming right down the path for y'all, bro. That's running for 400 yards down there at Grace, bro. It's getting ready to, bro. I'm telling you, just watch out what I tell you. Just listen to what I tell you. I don't tell you much, but I'm telling you right now, all them Bishop boys down there at Grace right now, all of them are the truth.
In the pipeline.
Huh?
In the pipeline.
Right there in the pipeline, waiting for Josh Heupel to go down there and rip it up.
Hey, Matt, I thought Bishop had a pretty courageous effort tonight for what he's been through. Out there playing banged up.
He was really good, especially in the second half. He was outstanding.
Yeah.
Kind of wish you'd leaned on him a little bit more early in the game. But, no, he was great in the second half.
Yeah, but can you tell me one thing? Why on the one, he's on the 6-inch line, bro. Why not give it to him,
I don't know.
He the one opened up the run. He opened up the game for y'all.
He
opened it up.
I agree. With too cute around the goal line a couple times tonight. I agree with that.
Man, he opened it up. When they gave him the ball, Alabama couldn't stop nothing, bro.
Yeah.
And forgive me, I've been drinking a little bit tonight because I was mad. I'm trying for I hate y'all, but I hate Alabama 10 times worse than I hate y'all. But why you don't give that boy the ball, man?
Well,
you got to give him the ball on the 6-inch line, bro. He too strong, bro.
Florida, are we going to get by you guys and get into the playoffs? That's what I want to know. Are we getting by
you? No.
That's your ex-wife's cousin. What do you mean,
Let me explain.
I've got 4 more of them coming down
the
pipeline.
Don't interrupt me. Let me explain, Tony B. Let me explain. Let me tell you something. I don't give a damn if they get rid of DJ Lagway tomorrow because he ain't showed me nothing. And because you know what? He got to January. After this is over, he can leave and go wherever the hell he wants to. Who going to get him? Who going to pick him up, Tony B? Don't nobody want his ass.
And
9 interceptions in a damn 5-6 games? Are you kidding me?
Hey, Heflin, we got somebody wants a super chat with Florida, and they've thrown $5 in the kitty. Should I read the super chat for Florida? What do you think, Heflin?
Yeah, why not? It's getting late.
Hey, Florida, how's Megatron doing these days?
Megatron doing great. He caught a jet sweep today for a touchdown against Burton today. Listen here, if his coaches wake up and get their head out of their ass, Tony B, I guarantee you, he's going to be somebody you're talking about too. Because he's the toughest 10-year-old receiver in the yak right now.
Did you just call out his coaches on live, whatever this is?
Live TV. Tony B. Hey, listen, we were down at Farragut today. I swear to God, we down at Farragut today, and my son, he's lined up on the corner on the left side. He's got the little midget guy from he got the little midget guy from what's his name on him, and his daddy is standing there. I said, they got a midget on him. Will you throw him the ball?
Florida's out of here. Thank you, Orange Blood, for getting us to talk about Megatron. Matt, your thoughts on that? We had to take a little slight detour into whatever that was, just for comic relief. Let's go back to the phones.
I'm sure Megatron's coach is probably better than Sunbelt Billy.
Back to the phones we go. Poor Sunbelt Billy tonight. Oh, that was one for the ages, man. That Mississippi State game.
He got bailed out. He was getting ready to give a game away to
Matt, how bad was that game? And Mississippi State absolutely – what they were doing at the end of that game, they were already in field goal range, and they're throwing the ball. Let's get our next call in.
Go do business.
Hello and welcome in. You are on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. TLD Logistics phone lines are burning up. Hi.
Tony, what's up, man?
Hey, welcome in.
Yeah, wasn't Florida on here, I don't know, a couple months ago saying how DJ Lagway was the next Michael Vick or some shit?
Oh, yeah.
Now he wants him gone. See, Mississippi State blew that game, and Arkansas blew their game.
Well, Arkansas was never going to win their game because they couldn't stop them.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
No, actually they weren't. They couldn't stop them. So you can't – when you can't stop somebody, you can't win. But I do understand what you're saying. Mississippi State – definitely had a chance to kick a field goal and win a game.
Well, and Georgia couldn't stop Ole Miss until the fourth quarter, and then they stopped them.
But they did. But see, Arkansas, I think, stopped A&M one time all night long, which is the equivalent of you can't stop somebody.
Well, they still should have had a chance to win that game, correct?
They didn't have the ball at the end, so no, they didn't have a chance to win. It was a two-score game when they scored their touchdown. But I do owe the gentleman in Texas some money for our bet, and I will pay him gladly. I will buy him lunch at Calhoun's on the river and go out and sing happy birthday to his table.
Tony, I don't really understand the whole even panel. First of all, Doc, you're talking about that play at the end. The ball, first of all, the first pass interference, the ball was uncatchable, but he pulled on his jersey. Tony, arguably, who were the two best returning starters on defense coming into this season? I'd like to get an answer from the panel.
Well, I mean, McCoy's obviously one of them, right?
Okay.
He's not there.
And number two?
Who's the second
one? Possibly Ricky Gibson.
Yeah, Gibson's a pretty good player. The Hobbs kid that got hurt, yeah. Moy's a good player, yep. They've all been hurt, to your point.
Right, the guy loses his two best defensive players to start the season. Mm-hmm. And, y'all are all on here, oh, this guy isn't going to cut it, he can't. It's just... that play, the second pass interference they called in the end zone, he was reaching over the kid's back. It wasn't deep. It wasn't pass interference. And what pisses me the fuck off, Tony, is the whole Alabama. Obviously they were great for all these years under Saban, and somehow this network and all the ESPNs just lay down to these people and let them. Put a broadcaster on there that played quarterback there. I mean, it's just mind-boggling how inept and just ridiculous this shit is we have to listen to. I felt like I was watching the fucking game on the Alabama Sports Network. I mean, it's ridiculous. The catch in the first quarter that Williams had. He didn't control it. He had it up around his head, and the fucking referee they have on the call is literally saying he didn't control that. That's not a catch. And then they're saying, oh, that's McDonough. Is that who was the
Sean
play-by-play guy?
Sean McDonough.
Sean McDonough. Yeah, who looks like Gollum's brother.
Matt, did you think it was a catch? Because I thought it was. I actually thought it was. Matt, what'd you think?
It was probably a catch, but it's definitely not getting overturned.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think Sean McDonough is really good.
Excellent.
Greg McElroy is who he is. His disingenuous praise for Aguilar throughout the game, given what he said this week,
yes,
is just was so tiring. The way he would do that, he thinks that he's cute doing that, but it's so disingenuous. I wish he would not fake it at all.
I agree with that. I wish he'd have leaned into his criticism and said, "Hey, I criticized this guy this week, and here's why." And boy, he just did it in a game. He did what I thought he was going to do. I would respect that a whole lot more, Matt, than what he was doing. That that tongue-in-cheek nonsense he was doing. I'm not a McElroy fan at all. I think he's like a guy that tries to stir it up and commit to the bit. And him and that Danny Cannell guy need to get a room, as far as I'm concerned. I don't enjoy his work at all.
Tony, even right when that play called, Sean McDonough immediately, he said, that's a catch.
I thought it was a immediately. Catch, but I thought it was a catch.
So anyway, the interception there in the second half, if y'all go back and look, our tight end is running into the end zone, not who he's throwing it, the tight end that was lined up on the line.
Yeah.
And he's literally tackled in the end zone or hit. I mean, that's obviously a defensive hold, pass interference, whatever the hell you want to call it. Listen, the illegal receiver downfield in the first half when he hits Brazel deep, these calls matter, and we're on here talking about in the days of the world, and even Doc. I went to the Alabama game years ago when we had Pruitt or whoever. Alabama's lighting up cigars in the first quarter because they know this game is not even going to be a game. Listen, this guy is a winner. It's just mind-boggling how you go to LSU and beat their ass, and y'all talk about he can't win on the road.
Thank you, Sammy. I appreciate you. I got to get some more calls in. Love you, though. Great call tonight. Let's get our next call in. As I remind you, our friends at Waterside Contracting. Look, if you have a dream about buying some land and you want to build, my friends at Waterside Contracting, your ticket. 25 years into business. As Sammy jumps out, you jump in. Dreams have come true for hundreds in our area. Custom homes or remodels, they do it all for you. They'll build on your lot, or they'll do a remodel of your dreams as well. Structural integrity, quality without compromise, Waterside Contracting. You go over to the website, watersidecontractingllc.com, and listen, when it's time for your dreams to come true, quality without compromise, Waterside Contracting. We'll get our next call in on a night where the Vols lose 37-20 to Alabama, and a game that should have been a lot closer than that, a game that felt a lot closer than that, but a game that turned at halftime, and Tennessee just wasn't going to turn it back after the break. They needed to play a perfect 30 minutes, and out of this group, you're not going to get a perfect 30 minutes. So let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome.
Hello, Tony. How you doing, brother?
Hey, Greg.
Hey, first of all, I want to tell you your audio to our phones is low.
Okay. Thank you, Greg.
Just want to let you know.
Thank you, Greg.
Mike Keith, Vol Network.
Yep.
Everybody listening to me, check this out. Mike Keith, before the game started, running down all the things they run down. They always say a few things about the crew that's refereeing. These guys were at the Oklahoma-Auburn game that didn't call that hidden receiver play. So there you go. Get your phone numbers and call the damn office. Flood the damn office.
Greg, I'm sorry.
But anyway,
Greg, I don't think officiating had a damn thing to do with tonight's outcome.
well, a few calls they did.
Greg.
That sideline referee, every time we had a play on the sidelines, he marked it about a yard or so off where it should have been. And then I saw him one time when he was in amongst a few Tennessee and Alabama players. He tapped one of them on the chest.
Hey, Greg, I'll blame officiating when the time comes. I mean, just me. This is me now.
Well, I'm not blaming them. Let me finish my conversation with you.
Oh.
I'm just stating a few facts.
Oh.
Those guys shouldn't even been there with what they let go on that damn play Oklahoma did. But anyway, let's get to the game. You got a $10 million coach. You got the other coaches that's been there. You got guys on the field in the second half. I bet I counted 10 measly-ass tackle attempts. Most of them were hitting the players, not even wrapping their arms around them. You got a second string and a third string player. I want to see somebody else out there. I don't want to see the same ones out there. You got to give these other guys an opportunity because the other guys are seeing exactly what we're seeing. Guys who can't tackle. And Joey Football, he hurt his neck, according to the Vol Network, sideline guys.
Yeah.
He hurt his neck in the first half, went into the tent. And the guy was Mike Keith.
Brent Hubbs on the sideline.
The guy in the studio was Mike.
Oh, you're talking about Larry Stone.
No, the other guy.
Oh, you're talking about Ramon Foster.
Ramon, yeah.
Yeah.
He said he thought when it happened, he thought he was still feeling that. The guy said it, and a couple other guys said it too on the Ball Network.
Yeah.
I don't think he was 100% at all in the second half. But
I agree with that. Yeah, Greg, I think this guy's getting really beat up, and that's a concern of mine. I think this guy is absorbing some serious hits. He got hammered tonight trying to stretch for the goal line. In fact, right before he threw the interception, he got absolutely just pummeled on a play like at the 1.5 yard line. Tonight, an end took liberties on him when he slid on the ground. That was a cheap shot, I thought, and it put the whole weight of his body on him, which is a lot more painful than it looks. Yeah. That didn't look like much, but when you're laying on the ground and some big person comes and gets on top of you, knocks the breath out of you, and I thought that was not good for his upper cervical area either. So I agree with you. I agree that he took an absolute beating tonight. Anything else, Greg?
Yeah, I was going to say too, Tony. A guy making $10 million.
Yeah,
he could have had Alabama's quarterback. He never went to the Alabama's quarterback out of high school.
That's right.
He never went there.
They chose
never
Nico.
Offered him. Never talked to him.
No, they chose Nick. Well, no,
that's
they did offer.
That's a disgrace right there.
No, they did offer him.
No, they went after him.
They went after him hard. Yeah, they didn't get him. The father.
He was committed to Pruitt.
Yeah, the father wasn't a fan of Heupel's offense, and the father and him didn't see eye to eye. In fact, if you'll remember back when Tennessee played Martin, Tennessee ran a trick play on him, and it pissed that guy off, and they had words after the game, if you'll remember that. So,
well,
yeah,
it was either when I had the TV turned up for a moment or on the Vol Network. I heard somebody say tonight they didn't even go after him.
No, it's not true.
I don't know who it was.
Yeah, whoever said that, that's not accurate.
But you're making so much money, Tony, and you said it before on your show that he doesn't recruit like he should. Well, hell, I'm sick of seeing what I saw tonight when they look like crap and they shouldn't look like they look tonight. I'm done with Heupel till he can prove me wrong.
Thank you, Greg. I'm not, but I appreciate your call nonetheless. 865-200-5402. Sean, you follow the recruiting game more closely than most. Tennessee very much, when Josh Heupel got here, would have loved to have had Ty Simpson, yes?
Well, I think so, but they were. Yes, the way I remember it played out was there was talk that Jason Simpson would join Pruitt's organization somehow, some way, and he wanted to come here. When that fell apart, that bridge was burned. He may or may not have liked Heupel's offense or whatever, but Heupel was certainly not going to honor that agreement that Jason would come on staff and therefore get Simpson. Then you had the juggernaut of Alabama and Saban interested in Simpson, so that just kind of that deal. But with the recruiting, no, they are recruiting well. My issue is they put a ton of money into a couple of positions. They put a ton of money, and I get it, it's the pro way. They put a ton of money into the offensive tackles, Lance Hurd, David Sanders. It's understandable. They put a ton of money into the Leo position. They will go out and pay for transfer defensive linemen. And they will pay for they put a ton of money into the wide receiver room. And they absolutely have no interest in doing anything in the defensive backfield out of high school. They will talk about the types. They want to get guys that are 6 feet tall, run around the 4.4, 4.5, guys with long arms that can develop, usually young for their class. And then they will go out and give them credit. They've been extremely successful in identifying transfer market guys to come in here with McCoy, Hood, other guys. But in offense, in high school, they just don't seem to, have any interest in going out and paying money for elite high school DBs. Now, I'll say this. Tim Banks is non-existent in the recruiting game. You never hear his name called by any DBs out there. And rarely a defensive player, unless they say who's in fact. Well, I got to hang out with Martinez and Eckler back in the day and Tim Banks, but he's not there. And so my issue, one thing with Heupel is that he is so locked into his guys. I wonder if it's because it's a remnant of him being fired at Oklahoma. He doesn't want to do that to somebody else. How traumatic that was to Heupel's young family. And he doesn't want to do that because there is no reason to have Tim Banks on your staff. He had a nice year last year, but he's not a great defensive coordinator, and he is absolutely a liability as a recruiter. And the safety position, which he's been the guy. Has not been great. I mean, who would legitimately the past 2 years, your best safety has been Will Brooks.
By far. Yeah, by far. I wish Brian was on and he could get us some Vegas odds on Tim Banks and that Penn State job.
When it's time for a fresh coat of paint, and by the way, Bry catches strays while he's in Las Vegas. But Bry catching strays on a Saturday night. Vols get kind of rolled by Alabama. Game a lot closer than the 37-20 score would indicate, whatever that means. That sounds like loser talk. But it remains a crazy sport and a wild day. Maybe Tennessee does need a fresh coat of paint. Maybe Walker's Painting could do it. Look, when it's time for you to get a fresh coat of paint at your dwelling, whether it's new construction, whether it's a repaint, whether it's commercial, whether it's residential, Walker's Painting, making it beautiful across East Tennessee since 1999. And mention you heard about him right here on Garza Law, 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. 10% off your first job. Let's go. Walk, don't run to Walker's Painting. 865-688-1410. Again, 865-688-1410. And speaking of contractors, before we go back to the phone, shout out to Alan and my friends over at WeShipFloors.com. Alan was there tonight, down there with Frosty, and they were in full throat. And here's the thing. We ship floors. They're the manufacturer. I'm talking millions and millions and millions of square feet of super core floor. It's LVP flooring. It's a stone plastic composite. You can't hurt this floor, and it's absolutely top-notch. It's beautiful. I want you to go on YouTube and search WeShipFloors.com and look at the video where Alan takes a piece of lead and takes the best floor on the market and starts hitting it with that boom, 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 all kinds of dents in it. He hits his Supercore floor. Nothing. Starts really hitting. Nothing. That's why Alan's winning. Stay out of the big box store. Don't pay those big retail prices. And if you're a builder, you want to do business with Alan. If you're somebody that has rental property and you don't want to don't drop some cheap product in there. Pay a lot less than you think you're going to pay with Alan at We Ship Floors because you're dealing with the manufacturer. WeShipFloors.com. WeShipFloors.com. Also, they've got a room visualizer. They've got 120 Supercore floors, and you will check them out. WeShipFloors.com. Let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome. It's Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. The TLD Logistics phone lines are blowing and going, and let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome. Boy, we've had a lot of really positive calls tonight. I'm pretty positive. I can't wait for this one to be over. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Tony. Hey, Doc. Hey, Matt.
And Will Heflin. But, well, hey, Columbo.
Hey, Will
welcome.
Heflin.
Columbo, welcome in.
Hey, Tony, I've seen that before. That was 2003 Georgia all over again. I sent you the video.
Hey, Matt, what do you think? 2003 Georgia? That's a good...
Felt very similar, although that team never showed up in the second half. At least this team showed a little bit of fight. And I think it happened to Duke today against Georgia Tech. They fumbled at the goal line, and Georgia Tech ran it back 99 yards. So, you're not going to win when you have something catastrophic like that happen. No. You're just not.
And Duke did it today all day. Duke did that thing just like they did against Illinois. Duke has a nice team, but they like self-destructing, kind of like we do. And you're not going to win games when you do that. You're just not.
I do like how the refs, were so in a hurry to get out of there that they couldn't review the last touchdown.
You like that? You like that, Mark? You like how they didn't even look at that touchdown? And hey, Matt, you and I were talking in real time. That ball's in. That's in.
It was an obvious touchdown.
You know what I said the score of the game? My projection for the score was 38-28 Bama. Would have been 37-27. Anyways, let me get to what I want to talk about here.
Very good. Very good.
People, stop blaming refs. People, stop blaming ESPN. That's such loser talk. I can't even listen to it. McElroy's fine. He is what he is. McDonough was the damn narrator for our national championship. How can you not like Sean McDonough?
I love him.
I mean, that guy narrated our national championship season.
Awesome broadcaster.
So stop blaming refs. I never once thought Bama was in any danger of losing that game.
Neither did I.
And that's a sad commentary considering we supposedly have this number 2 ranked collective in the country, and that's the personnel we're trotting out there coming off a playoff appearance. That's my problem with it. If you'd have told me before the game, Tony, that we only gave up 28 offensive points to Alabama, I said, hell, we got a great shot at winning.
And I'll tell you this, Mark, to your point, I would be mad about I would say, well, I would feel better about it if I'd have known they were really active in the portal, but they really weren't. Not like they should have been.
And
if I had, hey,
I
Sean,
was watching in Auburn, Missouri. Well,
yes.
Obviously. Well, I was on hold.
Okay.
And that defense is a bunch of they're a bunch of killers. Why? How come Auburn has that defense and we don't?
I don't know. And
Auburn's got more money than we've got? That's ridiculous. That's my issue with it. Like, beyond Heupel's coaching and Tim Banks and whatever, I don't understand why this roster is the way it is. Like, I just don't get it. With all this money that the supposed number 2 ranked collective in the country I guess if Tony Vitello takes this Giants job, maybe we can take some of that baseball money and go get a linebacker and a couple safeties. Because our defensive line is supposed to be this all-universe unit, just no-showed again on a big stage. Got no pressure.
Matt, you call that a no-show? I think that's a little harsh, Matt, isn't it?
Well, they didn't affect Ty Simpson at all. I mean, it's fair. The pass rush was non-existent tonight. They had some nice TFLs on some of the early downs, but they've done that all year. But it felt like a repeat of the Georgia game last year. They no-showed that game too.
But I think they managed Alabama's running game pretty well.
Yeah, I agree with that, Sean.
That wasn't because our linebackers can't play.
Their scheme doesn't let them run the ball very well.
Look, Sean.
Well, no, but they've done it in the past. But to your point, there was no pass rush. But they look. I totally get the Arian Carter love fest week after week after week after week. I get it. I mean, the guy runs a 4.140 at 280 pounds, whatever. We don't have a linebacker that can play football.
No,
we don't have a safety that can play football. Yeah. I'm not talking SEC football. I'm talking football. Arian Carter, I don't care. All these fanboys that tell me about Arian Carter getting 17 tackles a game. He's like A.J. Johnson. He gets him 18 yards down the line of scrimmage. They cannot play football. So Mark's right. What is going on? There are like 20 linebacker signees on that team, and no one can play. There's several lines. You go out and get Caleb Beasley to play safety. He can't play.
If it's a development thing or what, I don't know. But this SEC, there's no great team. No. It's there for you.
Yes, it is. Hey, tonight's game was there for you. Tonight's game was there for you. Tonight's game was.
If you want, going in, Tony, if you'd have told me they were only going to give up 28 offensive points to Alabama,
like Matt said, I
just said we're right there, and we weren't even close.
No,
we weren't even close. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to people. I never once thought Alabama was losing that game. Even if we'd have scored at the end of the first half, I never once thought Alabama was going to win that game or was going to lose that game.
I agree with that.
And I know people hate my Aguilar take. That ain't Syracuse and that ain't Trent Dilfer out there. That's a real SEC team they're playing, and we saw what he was.
Oh, come on, man.
Just kind of an average dude.
Come
on. I'm not saying that, I'm not going to go as far as saying, wish we had Nico. I'm not going to say that. That's who the guy is. And my big issue is, with this schedule, you had State, Arkansas, and Kentucky on this schedule. All you got to do is go 3-2 in the other 5 games, which they can still do somehow. I mean, I guess.
Yep.
I don't see it, but they can, to make it back to the playoff. In a year where the circus happened in the spring, you get this team to the playoff. We move forward. We have a kind of a developmental year next year with a new quarterback, and then 27 and 28, you lock and load and load up the roster around Brandon.
Thank you, Mark.
I want a team, when that kid gets in here, I want a team around him that's national championship caliber. I don't want this with that kid if he's as good as everybody says he is.
Thank you. I got to move along here. Everybody's trying to get everybody their say. Time is limited. Thank you, Mark. Any thoughts on what Mark said? Go ahead, Chef.
I was just going to say we can all agree with that. We want a national championship caliber team. I mean, it's hard to argue.
Yeah.
But, I don't know that I disagree with most of that. But I'm still impressed with Aguilar. He's probably the last person I turn to tonight. If I'm pointing fingers.
I agree with that. I agree.
I think we watched the film. He made so many good throws.
Yes.
And for as wide open as Kitzelman is all the time,
that poor guy.
God, he can't catch the ball, Tone. And we needed We needed Matthews to have a huge day because you knew they would bracket Brazel. They took him away immediately. They said you're not going down the field to Brazel.
Yes, they did.
So you're gonna have to find another way. And we knew that going in. Everybody and their brother knew that.
Yes.
And that's okay. And Staley keeps getting better, Tony. He runs good routes. He is a good receiver. He drops balls at inopportune times. And Joey is not perfect. He's kind of a gunslinger.
Yeah.
But I think that's okay in this offense. It really is. You can score 35, 40 a game on the best defenses in the country. You're not that far. I mean, I don't put the play at the end of the half on him. Was the throw at the pylon like it probably should have been? No. But you can't have him turn his back to the defense on play action with 9 seconds and no timeouts. It's not going to fool anybody, and it just makes him a beat late, and that's all it took for an elite level DB to break on the route. And so, you know what? You got beat. I think one thing I want to mention, I don't think we've given Bama enough credit. We haven't got on here and talked about how this is behind Ohio State, who's clearly the best team in the country. They're the only team with any style points and no scares all season long. As good as IU has been, they were a field goal miss away from getting beat by Iowa the week before they went to Oregon. So those are the two undefeateds left, I believe. Miami lost Friday. Ohio State's done it with style points. Bama is second in all the Vegas odds in terms of winning the whole thing. Pretty far behind Ohio State, but they're second. And I think they're a tier ahead of most teams. And we went in there at 7:30 at night, Tony. It's not a noon kickoff.
You're right.
It makes a difference for 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. Even these 23, 24-year-old guys. You think the time of day doesn't matter? It absolutely matters. That's a night game in Bryant-Denny. You ain't won there since 2003. Like, we can be emotional and upset. It's our team. We want to win. We know we're talented. We didn't play that good. But at the end of the day, like, you can't expect to go in there and win that game. That is a elite roster, a developing head coach who's learning how to win in this league, and a quarterback who's playing better than anybody else right now. Well, that's not a good recipe for us, Tony.
Matt, is he right?
Move on.
Matt, is he right?
Let me ask you this.
Hang on, Sean.
Let me ask.
Go ahead, Sean. Before you jump. Matt, is Will right in your mind? Before we go to Sean, is Will right in your mind that we're not giving Bama enough credit here, Matt?
I think so. I kind of have said it through the week. They don't wow you in anything they do, but when they need to make a third down conversion or fourth down conversion, they get it. When their defense absolutely needs to stop, they find a way to get it. They're a really well-coached team that takes advantage of your deficiencies. We saw that they lined up some of their receivers in the slot at times on key downs and got mismatches, and that's a team that just finds a way to win. And if we discount that Florida State game, they're right there. Look at who they beat in the last 4 weeks.
That's the crazy part Matt, I do discount the Florida State game. We can throw week one in the trash. I do too. I mean, again, these are 18, 19-year-old kids. The best part about this crazy game we watch every week is they're allowed to get better, and Bama is getting better every single week. And I don't mean to just make it about them, but at the end of the day, like, it's still right in front of us. We got to move on a little bit and dissect it, but we also got to take it with a grain of salt because that was a tall order tonight.
Go ahead, Sean.
Well, Will, a couple things. One, I think what you mentioned, the microcosm is perfectly played out, which is driving fans crazy. You mentioned Staley, and Staley is getting better. However, Staley's the same guy that could not figure out if he was covered or uncovered and became an ineligible receiver downfield.
That was so bad.
Is that Staley, though? Is that Staley, or is that the preparation issue that we've talked about? I'm genuinely asking. I'm not being.
Pope's not the guy that. Pope's not the. Well, come on. If you're in high school, you know the basics of being covered or uncovered. That's my
point about 30 on the road. It brings things out of you that wouldn't normally happen.
But that's the whole point. Second of all, was Staley. you know that pass interference is getting called every single time. All OPI, when the ball, it's a one-man route, it's going out to Braz. I love Staley, but I think that's what's driving the fans crazy. We do see this stuff, but these are unnecessary shots in the foot.
Yeah.
There's no reason to block that guy. You run that guy out of the play. You don't go tomahawk him like that. And the other thing I wanted to ask you, I remember you as a pitcher, an effective pitcher. You were not Ben Joyce. You had to have, when I watched you, you knew your strengths and you knew what wouldn't play for you. And you had to work batters a certain way for you to be very effective. True?
Debatable, but yes.
Well, no, but I mean, you weren't blowing 105 by people. I can't either. This is not a criticism. You did very well with what you did on the mound. That's my problem with this Tennessee team. We don't know what we do well. We don't try to hide what we do poorly. We just get out there and do. And I think that's ineffective when you go on the road and you play a top 15 team. Something's got to change. We have to take these things seriously. Again, I loved watching you pitch, and I loved the way you did things based on your strengths. I don't think we do that as a football team.
I see your point. And I was just busting your chops. But to go along with the baseball reference, in terms of the whistle, okay, we know we're going on the road. We don't get a great whistle at home. So there's no reason to go anywhere else and expect to get the benefit of the doubt. To me, it's kind of like this. You've got a pitcher that's on the mound who's spraying it everywhere, right? He throws one that's on the black, knee high, and he doesn't get the call. But then you've got a guy like Greg Maddux out there who's just strike. Guess what? The umpire is expecting it to be a strike, so he calls that borderline one a strike. We're getting that same treatment from these football officials because we are undisciplined a lot of the times. We don't get the benefit of the doubt. And, you know, I'm probably ranted about umpires, at times more than I should have. But I'm with you guys. This game was really not changed or affected greatly by the referees.
Yeah.
And so I think for us, but it is something to note over the long term, if we want to win more games and get better whistles and maybe get a big call in a huge game when we really need it, we've got to look in the mirror first and fix things on our end to give the referees more opportunities to call things in our favor.
Well, we'll go back to the phones. The other thing is, too, when you start committing all those penalties, officials start almost like expecting you to do it. Or Matt had a really good – Matt, what was the stat, Matt, you gave earlier about Tennessee and Vandy? For those just joining that want to love – and listen, what Vanderbilt did today with LSU, that's crazy. I mean, they went off as a favorite. They handled it well. They kind of smashed that LSU team in the face, truthfully, for the better part of that football game and ended up winning the game, which is just plain crazy with the amount of money that LSU spent in the offseason. But go ahead, Matt. Get that number out again. For those that have gotten in their car, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, Tennessee and Vandy entered this weekend with the exact same number of penalties on the season. Vanderbilt's were like for a few more yards.
Yeah.
But there's like 5 or 6 teams in the SEC that commit more penalties than Tennessee. A couple of teams national, like Texas Tech commits more, Miami commits more, and it's kind of what got them beat the other night.
Yes, it did.
But there's a number of teams commit more penalties than Tennessee, even in the league, which doesn't excuse what Tennessee's doing, but everybody is struggling with some of this stuff this year.
And back to the phones we go. The problem is Tennessee struggled with it in years leading up to this. The game has become one of imprecision and unpredictability that much more because of the portal. I mean, we're at the midway point in the season, and you still see things in these games that you would see in week 2, and you'd say, well, when they iron it out. When's it going to get ironed out? Week 10? week 11. And we're paying more now for this stuff than ever before. Those that go to games pay way more now for this stuff. John Adams will join here momentarily, presented by Jennifer Morris. Next move, SmokyMountains.com. I see him warming up in the bullpen. Hello and welcome into our next call on TLD Logistics. On our phone lines, it's Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, guys, it's Josh. How are y'all?
Hey, Josh. Good to hear your voice.
Yes, sir. I'll start. First thing I will say is y'all were talking about Alabama. I'll address the Alabama thing to say I think you're giving Alabama too much credit and Ty Simpson not enough. I think he's played super elite football for what they do, but I don't think the team around him is super elite. And maybe in modern, in this era of college football, nobody's super elite, but they can't really get the ball down the field. They can't run the ball. They can't stop the run. But he's playing so well, they're able to work around all that.
Bernard, too.
Yes.
I think he's probably better than Williams. I don't even know if it's close. I think the NFL guys are drooling over him. He's an impossible tackle. And when they figured out, not when they figured out, but second half, they really just started dishing the ball outside and just playing one-on-one matchups because they knew Tennessee was really committed to stopping Miller.
Yeah.
And we don't have McCoy. We don't have Gibson. Like, that is what it is.
Yep.
It's kind of you got to be next man up. But at the end of the day, I mean, Bernard is elite. He might be one of the most underrated guys in the country.
He
really is.
Here's my thought on the Simpson kid, right? You're talking about. He originally signed with Saban. That's what he's going to do, go play quarterback for Saban. And he stayed there to be with this coach. He would have been a perfect quarterback for the early Nick Saban teams that had all that talent around him, because he's got that big brain out there. That play he made on third down to start the game, where he kept his eyes downfield, he didn't panic, he did not, like Sean said, and I'm not knocking Aguilar, I'm not. But Aguilar kind of stuck in the ground there. This kid kept his feet moving. He went to the right, then he shifted back to the left, and then he noticed somebody open in the seam, and he found him. And he just kept his eyes downfield the whole time, and we didn't get enough rush on him. But you're right. I mean, Alabama's being effective right now with a football team that cannot run the football. They're being effective offensively or stop the run, and they're winning games. They're getting away with it. And we didn't run on them tonight. We didn't run it the way we should have.
And I would say that the other thing, like when you go back to the. Sean was talking earlier about the safety and how it was a poor play by Aguilar.
Yeah.
You got a pass interference, and you get 5, 6, 7, 8 of those a year on a play. You run 10 or 12 times. You run 6 or 7 times a game, probably.
Yep.
Where you just the receiver just has to take one step back and make sure you're behind the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
And it's just and I think that's probably the frustrating things of if you look at the big picture. It seems like they make pretty good portal evaluations. Heupel's built a good culture. He seems to evaluate talent outside of, the quarterback is what is a small sample. He seems to do all the big things so well, but it's these little bitty things that, I live in Alabama, and if you all the Saban years, one of the things he had one of the things I always thought from them is, yeah, they had the best players, but there's very few games where you could look back over the Saban era and say they really beat themselves or they didn't have a chance to win that game because they executed so poorly in what they were trying to do.
And you know what? There's a lot to be said for that, because that's exactly what Alabama's doing right now. They just basically they had two turnovers coming into tonight, and the turnover they committed was a weird-looking, funky-looking, odd-looking play that I'm not sure was a turnover. I'm not sure how they arrived at that. I thought that looked to me like that it was the ball was coming forward, to be fair about it. And I can't stand Alabama, and I know you can't either. But
sure.
I mean, they're very clean. They were very clean tonight.
And that's the thing I think that's frustrating for all the big things is they do is that Tennessee does so many the little bitty things that are unforced errors, and they never, some of those things seem to never get better.
Yeah.
But a question for some of your guys that are more into recruiting: do you think, with going back to the end of last year, maybe it's too late to do anything the start of this year with the liabilities that their safeties and linebackers is, do you think it'll change their portal or recruiting focus in the way they construct their roster?
Thank you. Great call, and good hearing from you in Alabama. What do you think, Sean? Do they alter what they're doing, what they're looking for?
I don't know. I think they have a plan. They've decided how they're going to allocate their money. Again, another room I left out where they spend the big money: offensive tackle, the Leo position, wide receivers, and obviously quarterback. I think that's a pro model. That's probably the way they'll do that. I think Tony was forced to eat some unnecessary crow earlier in the year when he kept harping on the fact that we were completely ineffective and without effort in the portal. And you could have. I mean, right now, and I love these guys as volunteers, but I'm watching the second series. I'm watching Ben Bolton at linebacker. There aren't significant injuries. I know Spillman was out, but there aren't significant injuries at linebacker. And I'm watching William Wright and some other guys in defensive backfield. When guys like Marcus Gorey Jr. Is not seeing the field, when Caleb Beasley's not seeing the field, a lot of these guys are just, I'm wondering about the evaluations and the way they're allocating their money. If he got doubled to go to Miami, Jacoby, whatever, Tom's okay, fine. He wasn't great last year by any stretch. I think he got thrown out of 2 games for targeting, if I'm not mistaken. I get that, but they've got to be able to see something. Andre Turrentine was never going to get better than he was last year, and no offense to him, but that's the spine in baseball. The spine of your defense. You got to be good at defensive tackle. You got to be good at linebacker, and you got to be good at safety.
The middle,
and
the
two of those 3 were just not there.
It's like having a shortstop that can't play or a center fielder. Good luck to you. Hey, John Adams, welcome in. Your thoughts on what we witnessed? It was a weird football game on a Saturday night in Tuscaloosa.
Well, I mean, I give a whole lot of you guys giving some credit to Alabama, rightfully so. Alabama's won 4 straight games against nationally ranked teams.
Yeah.
That's always been hard to do. It's even harder to do now. When I think of all the Alabama teams that I've watched beat Tennessee in this 11-game winning streak at Bryant-Denny Stadium, this team that beat Tennessee tonight, just talent-wise, depth of talent, doesn't match up with most of those teams. I mean, they've had running backs like Mark Ingram, Derrick Henry, Heisman Trophy winners. They have no running game this year. You look at their defense, they don't bring somebody off the bench that is going to be an All-American in a year or 2. This very beatable team, and it won by 17 points tonight. Kalen DeBoer.
What happened to you, John? Kalen DeBoer. I like that. That's cause and effect right there from John Adams. Let's go back to the phones or pause for effect. Maybe he'll pick his thought back up. Let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You are on Garza Law, 5th Quarter Fan Reaction, presented by Marcos Garza and my Garza Law Firm. Hi, welcome in.
Hey, Tony Tyranny from Altamont.
Hey, Altamont. Welcome in, buddy.
Hey, I hope Heupel figured out one thing in this game. We are a run-first football team. We've got to get back to running this football first. That first half, I thought Bishop was hurt again. I thought he hurt his ankle again. He kept Lewis out there so much. And y'all were talking about putting other players in. Tennessee's backups are freshmen. This day and age of having these good second-string juniors are gone. And I don't know what the answer is on defense. Sims, we played zone behind that most of the night, and he just picked us apart with that ball control, pass and attack they've got. This was just they didn't learn how to play, Tony. This was just I like Heupel, and Joey had one of his games that he just didn't. He wasn't enough, Tony, today, and we've got to get back to running the football. We've got to get back to running the football first.
Your point's well taken. A couple former players were texting me during the game, and they're like, "Man, why are we abandoning the run?" Matt, do you agree with that assessment that we're abandoning the run too soon, or getting away from it?
I thought we should have ran the ball more in the first half. I think that's one of those deals where we just kind of play the numbers game, and the other team can kind of bait us into doing what they want us to do. And I feel like that's happening a little bit more this year than it has in the past. But yeah, we definitely should have ran the ball a lot more in the first half.
And Tony, when we're on the road, we do not need to hurry up and snap a ball when it's 3rd and 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Yes, we need to slow down and get it right. Because we go on that first clap and they're gone. It's a disaster. Oh, we get a false start, Tony.
I thought both teams slowed it down tonight, though, pretty much. I thought both teams kind of did not play at a frenetic pace. We weren't generally – I didn't sense that we were going, like, super fast tonight, Randy. But to your point,
thought we did.
The execution's just not – it's just not there. It's just not good enough.
No, and our wide receivers, they drop balls, but they never get a break. They're out there the whole game, Tony.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not taking up from dropping balls, but there is no and I don't know what the answer is for Heupel, because ain't nobody going to sit on the bench and wait their turn anymore. And so I don't know if it's just the way it's built like it, or if all colleges are going through this kind of process.
Well, that's what the one thing that Bino said this week that's a great point. In a lot of ways, you got to hand it to that Simpson kid, because he sat there for 3 seasons, and that just does not happen anymore. So in a lot of ways, you got to hand it to that kid. Both of these quarterbacks tonight were veteran players and went out and competed very hard. Our guy did come up short tonight. Our guy had a kind of a ceiling night for himself with a pretty good defense, and man, he got absolutely the hell beat out of him a couple times, and he kept getting up, trying to make plays. He gets a lot of credit, and the Simpson kid's a really nice player. He, on some of those Saban teams, would have been hell on wheels. They would have been really hard to beat if they would have had him at quarterback.
Yeah, and he played a good game. He threw it to where he's supposed to. And our offensive line was average at best tonight, I would say.
Yeah.
And they just didn't. And Joey was
just off a little bit.
Yeah, he was Joey, and he just and he didn't lose. I don't know. I wouldn't say he didn't lose the game, but it's just we've got to go back to running the football if we're going, because it opens up so much stuff if you run football.
Well, here's what we know. When you get in that environment, I don't care what their record is in Gainesville, when we go in there. Somebody help me out. What are they sitting at right now? Is it 2-5? Is that their number? What's or 3? What they're 2-5, aren't they?
3-4 after winning the last.
That's right. I counted that as a law. That's exactly right, Matt. They're 3-4 now, because I counted Mississippi State was getting ready to win the game. Those of you that missed it, trust me when I tell you, Mississippi State pulled a defeat from the jaws of victory tonight. I have to hand it to them. At Gainesville, I would fire, if I'm Florida, I'd fire my coach tomorrow after watching him in the last couple minutes of that game. He's awful. But to your point, Randy, you go to Gainesville, you better not put it all on your quarterback. And these receivers that are going to drop balls at inopportune times, they just are. It's just kind of what it is at this point.
Yeah, and Tony, I've been hollering at linebacker play, but
yeah,
there's no answer on our football team.
Yes.
There's just not. And I've took me a long time. There's just not. Like I said, you got walk-ons coming in there. 27, the guy fumbles the ball, and he takes the ball, just hits it out of the way, don't even fall on it. But he's a freshman. And it's just, Tony, we're kind of fortunate to be where we're at. I mean, our best two corners are out.
Yeah.
Joey just got thrown in there.
Yeah.
It could be worse. It could be a lot worse, guys.
Hey, if Joey couldn't play, you would have lost to Syracuse to start the year, and then we'd have been gone through one of these 5-win football seasons. So you're sitting here with, a decent part of the schedule still left with an opportunity to go to the playoffs. Look, you didn't think we were winning today. I didn't think we were winning today. Most people didn't think we were winning today. It's just that the way the game looked, like Sean said, was just so frustrating why it had to look that way. But that's kind of how it played out.
Yeah, a lot of this was coaching today, Tony. It just was.
Yeah.
I didn't like the way.
Yeah.
They just it was ugly. It was an ugly game.
Oh, no doubt.
To watch.
It was ugly.
And how do you? I don't know. Just run the football. Go back to running the football.
Randy, I will put that in the suggestion box when I'm over there. I will go to the suggestion box. Randy in Altamont, who lives in an orange and white house, says run the football. Thank you, Randy. Good talking to you. My friends at VIP Play, you can bet I want to run because I've been playing the ponies lately, and I've been getting smoked. Like my man Herbie Hancock once said out in front of Rocket, like a joint cigarette. And listen, that doesn't mean you won't, though, because tomorrow there's a sun-up to sundown card in the NFL with all kinds of great stuff. Good luck to my Eagles. Because if my Eagles lose to Carson Wentz on Sunday Night Football, I'm going to have one of the great weeks of listening to radio in Philadelphia in my life, if that happens tomorrow, just between us girls. Not that I'm cheering for a team to lose, but if it were to happen. At any rate, I might just throw a few dollars on the Vikings just for, shall we say, giggles. The best place to do that, ladies and gentlemen, is my friends at VIP Play. VIP Play. You know why it's VIP? Because everybody gets treated. Everybody gets treated like a VIP at VIP Play. You bet $20 with your first bet, you get $100 in bonus bets instantly. The promo code and the phrase that pays is TN Tony. 200 leagues live always. Tomorrow, all kinds of bet types, props, options, you name it, you can bet on it. And if you can't find it, contact somebody at VIP Play. And if it is a compliant event or bet type in the state of Tennessee, VIP Play will accommodate you. Why? Because everybody gets treated, huh? What? Like a VIP at VIP Play. Check out VIP Play. And if you have a gambling problem, 800-889-9789, 21 and over, located in the state of Tennessee to place a bet. And by the way, shout out to James Madison, who put it on Old Dom. I mean, they hammered them today. One of my few wins on the afternoon. So good to know that my James Madison guys didn't let me down. Hello and welcome into our next call. The TLD Logistics phone lines are burning up here on Garza Law. Fifth quarter fan reaction presented by Marcos Garza, your Garza Law firm. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hello, everyone. It's Music City Sam.
Hey, Sammy, baby. Were you down there?
Oh, thank you for helping me get home. I had no intention of driving back to Nashville tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like 25 minutes from the house, but I cannot describe the pain that occurred within me on that pick six in person. It was the lowest point of my Tennessee football watching career and that I can remember off the top of my head. It was awful. The game was over. I left at that moment. I shook the hand of the person behind me. He said, "Are you leaving?" I was like, "Yep, I'm going back to Nashville because I can't watch that crap in person anymore."
Why would you leave a game at halftime, Sam?
I just couldn't. Because they weren't going to win the game after they ran it back 99 yards. The game's over at that point.
All right, let's talk about that series through your eyes. You're in the stadium. They come out in that power formation. They've been really good on fourth and shorts this year. They chose on their first drive to punt a ball away on a fourth and short, and they've been perfect on them so far this year. Through your eyes, they come out in that power formation. Alabama gets a timeout. And what do you think the Vols are going to do when they step back out on the field? What was your expectation, Sam, aside from what happened?
Well, it's that the Alabama fan in front of me actually summed it up perfectly. He said if Heupel has any balls, he'll run this into the end zone. And that's what I thought was going to occur. But nope, they do some whatever. Picks it off, runs 99 yards back. I mean, if they run that ball, I know it's a risk in 9 seconds, but I don't think there's any chance they stop them.
No,
I really don't.
It's a touchdown if they run the ball there.
And then, and I'll actually disagree. I think if they get that touchdown, I think they have a really, really, really good chance of winning that game.
There's no question. Yeah, you're very much in the game at that point. 6-point game. You're
there's something Heupel says after every game. You can go on Instagram on the Vol Network or whatever. Mm-hmm. After every game this year, he said, "We didn't play perfect, but good teams keep getting better." Well, this team seems to do things worse and then double down the next game. The drop balls, man, the Kitselman's drop balls, the stupid penalties at the wrong times, it's just infuriating. Because you know what's going to occur. You know what's coming next. And you think to yourself, well, surely they won't do it this time. And then it happens again. So,
panel, should they have come out and run the ball in that set there? 9 seconds left. Bama calls time. You're right there on the goal line. You've got a timeout in your pocket. What do you think, Sean?
No, you don't run that ball.
Well, I thought we burned our last timeout.
Yeah, we didn't have any timeouts.
Oh, no timeouts left. I'm sorry, Sam.
So the way I would have done it was because we got stoned on the first run play.
Yeah.
To set up that one, so I would have passed, had a flood route, had something going on in the pass game, which would have given and then to tell them to airmail it if there's nothing there, and then try to run it because you could immediately call timeout. But you have to come out of there with 3 points if nothing else. And like Mac, again, McElroy's getting ripped, but he's right. You go into a power formation, and then you ask a relatively unathletic tight end to get to the edge, and then you ask a relatively inaccurate quarterback, he's a 60% guy, to thread the needle. I mean, that's
on a play action pass.
Yeah, that's a big ask. Now, another thing Kohler said earlier, I don't understand why we stick to somewhat of a rotation of backs and stay with that, especially when we're not tempo and it is Butch Jones like. You get, was it at Oklahoma? You go down there and you don't have Jalen Hurd as your tailback at 230 pounds. I don't understand why you aren't maximizing your talent.
Hey, Sam, when he threw that ball, where were you in the stadium, and what was your vantage point? When did you know that's trouble?
Probably once the guy got like 10 yards on the 10. And what made it extra painful, it was deafening.
Oh,
loud.
I can't imagine what that thing was like. I can't imagine what that was like.
It was just insane.
I can't imagine that.
And, I understand that you can't run the ball with 9 seconds and no timeouts, but I just thought in that moment that Alabama fan summed it up. He's like, if Heupel's got it, they should just run this into the end zone.
Because he knows his team and he knows they can't stop the run. That's kind of the point, right?
I mean, they quote unquote stoned us on that run before, but they still got a yard, and then you only had one more yard to go.
That's all.
Line it up quick and run it.
Yep.
I mean,
it was a hell of a timeout by DeBoer because it altered the game. Because we're not going to know. They lined up in that power formation. Is that what they were going to do? Were they going to give that ball to – hey, Matt, what were they going to do on that play? That's a good question. What do you think – Matt, what do you think Tennessee was going to do on that play if they didn't take a timeout?
I mean, some kind of pass play, but I just don't like using that formation. Like like you throw an incomplete pass there, whatever, like a throwaway, they have you defended – and then you have like 5 seconds left, then you can line up there and you could actually run because the run would be a threat. And you might, and I think you probably do get in, but that's just really bad. I hate that it happened right then too. And it's just asking, I mean, it was just such a killer. God, that's so bad.
Yeah, to win an SEC game on the road against a team like Alabama, you've got to score there. You have to.
Yes.
Because they didn't play. I agree with Sean in this sense. This team doesn't seem like it has any direction. Like sometimes they want to pass it. Sometimes they can run it well. And it's just a mixed match. You know, there's no clear direction. You just never know what you're going to get. So.
It's pretty well put, man.
I wish I wasn't feeling that way on the way home, but.
Well, it is what it is. And you're certainly entitled. I mean, hell, you spent your day and you're crazy enough to go do it. So more power to you, brother.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the pain of watching that dude run it back into the end zone after spending $350 on a ticket. it makes you think about it. It sure does.
Send the bill to Danny White. Maybe he'll have some extra money after this week.
I might get like a signed, maybe like a straw, like a paper straw. They might send that to me.
Thank you, my brother. Good talking. Yeah, that's what you're going to get. Yeah, that's a pretty good line. My friends at Calhoun's on the River, look, we'll be down there live on Friday. We had a terrific crowd. We'll be down there on this Friday before the Kentucky game. We're greatly looking forward to that. They're the taste of Tennessee. Nobody does it better. Freshest food you're going to have at any restaurant, at any of their various restaurants around town, Copper Cellar family of restaurants. And if you plan next Saturday night on having some folks over as we did here tonight, a Calhoun's party pack is a great way to go. I had my daughter here and one of her friends, and we sat and enjoyed each other, enjoyed the game. And they got real quiet so I could do my Twitter space thing. But Calhoun's is the taste of Tennessee. They've got you covered. And remember, Thanksgiving's right around the corner. And soon it'll be time to tell you all about what's coming up at Thanksgiving there. But in the meantime, that is a wonderful choice. The to-go options are incredible. Keep them in mind for all your tailgating needs as well. Your parties that you're having, those party platters are an absolute knockout. And they got corn pudding back. Corn pudding. Calhoun's, they are the taste of Tennessee. I'm going to go back to the phones. Sam, I hear the pain in your voice. I hear the pain in a lot of people's voice tonight. That's pretty tough. You think you're going to go into the half down 6, and basically you go in buried. Matt calls it a 2-score swing, a 14-point swing. And look, we're pretty good offensively, pretty good. We are not built to overcome that in that spot. So I gave Sam a little bit of hell for jumping in his car and leaving. But if I was him and I knew I wasn't going to stay in Tuscaloosa, I probably would have done what Sam did and gotten on the road and gotten the hell out of there. Sam made himself a business decision. So And Sam, I can drink to that. I would toast Dos Equis to you, Sam. I would go for Dos because you were not going to watch the Dos half in person, and tough to blame you. Let's go back to the field, back to the phones rather, and get our next call in. It's Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi, welcome in. You're on the TLD Logistics phone lines.
What's up, guys? It's Bob Father.
Hey, welcome in.
So I have to say tonight I probably disagree with most of the panel in all but the last 2 or 3 colors. We beat ourselves. Too many drop balls, by far. We were 100% out-coached tonight. Specifically referring to we went for 2, probably should have kicked the field goal, got that point, went on. But the drop balls tonight, jeez. I mean, it was terrible. All in stride, perfect throws by Joey. I have no issue with Joey at all tonight. The drop balls probably cost us the game tonight.
The problem is they've been dropping balls all year, right? So how do you, unless you play other
Everybody
people,
drops balls all year, though.
Yeah, but
what I'm saying is perfect throws.
Yes.
And there's 5 specifically that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We're just saying receivers. I'm not calling out tight ends or wide receivers, whatever. That would have changed the game. Just my opinion.
No, listen, you're entitled to your opinion. I think that goes back to playing the game cleanly, and I think it all kind of ties in. I think we're all saying the same thing. I don't think you disagree with the panel. They've been calling out the drops as well, but the point is that when you get in that spot on the goal line, you just can't make that throw there.
Oh, 100%.
That's not a knock at Joey. And really, I think that's probably coaching, putting them and him in that spot. It's just not wise.
And me personally,
I think
I'd have run the ball in.
Go ahead.
In fairness, if I could disagree a little bit here, push back. You're down 16. You get a touchdown to go to now you're down 10. If you go, there's no difference between being down 9 and being down 10.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that part. By the playbook, not Butch Jones's playbook, but by the playbook, you should have went for 2. But you're away, get the point. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not a point chasing guy, so I kind of see that side of it. You and I probably sing out of the same songbook from that perspective. I'm always a take the points person because football games have a tendency to come back to you, but you got to keep yourself in them to let them come back to you.
Exactly.
And tonight, Tennessee pulled themselves. Matt and I were talking halftime. I said, Matt, how do you get back in this game? He said, Tony, we're not getting back in this game. That game right there is you need a miracle here from here to get back in it. And you know what? Come out at halftime, you stop them. You get down the field and score. They turn it over at midfield, and what do we do in our next drive? We drop a ball, to your point, and then we're off the field again.
Exactly.
We pinned them at the 1, and they went 99 yards.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what happened.
Tony, I'm a little surprised you're not a team go for Dos.
No, I'm a very conservative. Now, I love my Dos Equis, but I'm a very conservative when it comes to chasing points. I know that's the new way. That's the new thing we do now is chase points. I let games come to me. Philip Fulmer won a lot of games, and maybe you could tell me the game's changed now, but I watched that guy manage a lot of games and let them come back to him. Hey, Alabama tonight sort of just kind of they kind of sat there and let us give them that game. And that's exactly what we did, by the way.
We give it to them.
Oh, no question. But you got to say this. Alabama's played 4 very good football teams in a row in this league. They've won all 4 of them. They have a damn good football team. They're very good.
I don't have no issue arguing with that at all.
Yeah, they're very.
I mean, they're the only team ever to win 4 top 10 games or ranked. I forget what the stat was.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They said it on TV.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they need an off week in the worst way because they've got to be fried right now.
Absolutely. You know, I've watched the Simpson kid play his entire career. I'm 30 miles from him, and I'm just saying this: his brother is way better than he's going to be. His brother is amazing.
That's very interesting. Do you think his brother is going to go to Alabama with him? What are you hearing?
Well, he was wearing a Bama hat tonight.
Sure was.
And his dad is a super Bama Saban fan.
He's a Saban fan?
Oh, his dad is?
Yeah,
absolutely. He's the coach at UTM.
Well, I know. We've had him on. We've had Jason on before.
Okay.
So the question for you is, because Pruitt was going to hire the father. Pruitt was going to get that kid. That was going to happen if Pruitt would have stayed and that whole thing didn't blow up. Do you think there's any chance that Tennessee would have with that little brother, or did that ship sail when we ran the score up on them?
Absolutely not.
Oh, after tonight.
I don't think there's any chance in hell we get him. I'm not saying Bama's going to get him. He's just a sophomore, right?
He's a sophomore. I hear that kid's a hell of a player.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And he's only playing a quarter and a half, maybe every game.
Oh, because they're so far ahead?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's that good.
Hey, listen, it's great hearing from you. Thank you, my friend. Good talking to you. In the western part of our great state.
Deshaun Bishop's cousins in the state playoffs.
No, I think Deshaun Bishop's cousins are younger. They were in the feeder system of grace. If you listen closely tonight to the caller Florida who called in earlier.
Forgive me. I did not listen to Florida's call very closely. Forgive me.
Let's go. Yeah, tonight's game was just, it was tough. The reason it's tough is we make it so much harder than it has to be. You know, Sean, you got to say something here. This is a crazy year in this league. I'm a little afraid of that Vanderbilt team, Sean, at the end of the year. I'm just going to say that out loud after watching them today. I might be a lot afraid of them, Sean. They know, to your point, they know who they are and what they're going to do to you when they go on the field. And they're really physical, man. They were really physical today with an LSU team that went crazy in the transfer portal and bought all kinds of players. That Pavia guy today was just unreal.
Well, I'm going to start listening to you. You were on Alabama beating Georgia. You were on Auburn beating Georgia, and I think you would have gotten that if not for the refs, honestly. And you said Vanderbilt would beat LSU this week, so I'm going to listen to you. But yes, I agree with you, simply because Vanderbilt plays a way that makes it. They're going to limit your possessions.
Yeah.
For the most part, they're not going to let you run away from them. They are going to keep things tight. And the looseness with which we play with our discipline and our tackling is amplified in a game where they're going to control the clock. And so I agree with you. Now, could we, like last year, like Matt said,
light them up? Yeah.
Blow them out of the end? Sure, we could. But, this, for whatever reason, our team does not do well in spots like that. We seem to get frustrated. Josh Heupel seems to like to make things happen, and he'll get away from himself, or he'll go ultra conservative. Vanderbilt just seems to be, what do they say, Top Gun ice. He's just going to be there, and he's going to be consistent, and he's going to do what he's going to do. Yep. He's not going to beat himself, and they're just going to wear you down and let you make your mistakes. And we have a propensity to do that.
And Matt, tying Vandy in with Alabama, somebody over here on YouTube's making a good point. Vanderbilt walks away from their Alabama game saying we should have beat them, kind of like we're going to look at those stats tomorrow and go, man, if we don't make that turnover, we should have beaten them. The point is, Alabama will not do what Vanderbilt and Tennessee did on that field tonight. They will not do that. They will not do that to themselves.
No,
That's why
they're not going to have. They're not going to have the red zone turnovers and all that. Winning. Like it's really fascinating because I think it speaks to how good of a coach DeBoer is because they don't run the ball well. Mm-hmm. They don't necessarily stop the run well, but they just find ways to win games. And they have, like Will and I were kind of talking about, they have 0 style points, but they're just going to win games. And it goes back to his days at Washington, like that team. He played for a national title at Washington.
Yeah.
And they were underdogs like 4 or 5 times that year. And they just kept winning. It's a team that just finds ways to win. And it's a really good, well-coached team that, like you said, they're not going to beat themselves. And more times than not, if you don't beat yourself in this era of college football, you're going to wind up winning because the other team will.
They're rock solid is what they are. It's just what they are. And
it all starts with the quarterback.
No doubt about it. The guy gets a lot of credit from me because the way I describe it on the show this week and then visiting with people and talking about him and people I know that I trust and the coaches and people I talk to, the guy's just in total control of that offense. You don't get any – that thing on the goal line tonight, I said this like an hour ago, so I might be repeating myself. But, man, his eyes are downfield the whole time. And us as Tennessee fans know it's 3rd and long. It's like 3rd and 13 there. The shadow of their goal line. The game has just begun. We're going to get the ball maybe a Boo Carter punt return there. Oh, no. Oh, no. This guy's keeping his eyes downfield now. This guy's sliding around, looking to make plays. I mean, he's a smooth operator now. The drive of the game presented by our friends at Connexial, we're not going to like this, but that 100-yard interception is the drive of the game. The Vols are knocking on the door. Tennessee scores there. It's a 6-point game at halftime. It literally is anybody's football game. Anybody's game. At that point, all bets are off. It is anybody's game. Anything from there could have happened in the second half. That's your drive of the game. Presented by our friends at Connexial, Knoxville's own transportation logistics tech company. Proud sponsor of the My 20 drive of the game. Right here on your Garza Law 5th quarter. Tennessee, when you look at the stats, could have won that football game. Alabama's done that to so many teams this year in this league. When you look at the numbers, they are not playing stats. They're playing the score. Just like Connexial is. That's why they're revolutionizing the trucking industry nationwide. They want your fleet to be more efficient. They want drivers on our roads safer. They want you to win. Take control of your fleet. It doesn't matter how large your fleet is or how small your fleet is. It doesn't matter if your fleet goes interstate or intercontinental. They want you to win. Improve your safety scores. Make drivers happy. Maximize your profitability. KONEXIAL.com. KONEXIAL.com. Will Heflin, you were saying. I'm sorry, it's a 2-point game, not a 6-point game. Go ahead, Will. What were you going to say? I'm sorry. I keep calling it a 6-point game. Were you going to tell me 2-point game? I've said 6 a couple times. My brain is like, I'm getting to the point in the night where I don't know my name anymore. It's kind of fun.
I'm about there too, Tony, and I got to get ready for a big NFL day tomorrow. So I'm going to leave you with this.
Hit it.
Speaking of the drive of the game, okay, that sucked. It really did.
Yeah.
The best part about Tennessee, and I want to leave on a positive note, they forced a 3-and-out at a halftime and went and scored. Now, from there, Bama kind of said, okay, you've got our attention, and they handled it the rest of the way. But Tennessee could have went into that locker room and been who knows what type of, sad and discombobulated, all sorts of mess. And you got to give Heupel credit because They came out of halftime after just a punch in the balls, and they got a stop on defense immediately and went and scored and made it a 10-point game or whatever it was at the time. Yeah, it was 10 points, so 23-13.
Yeah, 10.
10. That's a real positive thing to take away. It really is. That's not easy to do. That shows some grit from your team, a little bit of stomach, and it wasn't enough, but that was a bright spot.
Thank you.
Pleasure as always, Tom.
Thank you, brother. The great Will Heflin, who hosts, by the way, our Garza Law extra innings in baseball in the spring and summer, and he'll be back in 2026 doing that. The question is, will Tony Vitello be back here for all the fun and festivities? I do believe that Tennessee at the university level is not going to let Tony go without a fight. I don't believe that's Danny White. I do believe it's coming from over his head. And it's kind of an interesting dynamic there, if you ask me. But you didn't ask me, so there you have it. I do want to say, though, earlier today I said I'm not a points chaser, but when it's time to go for dose, you got to go for dose. Dos Equis Lager Especial, the Golden Pilsner style beer made from the choice of hops, a balanced composition, a smooth, clean finish. The party guest who's always invited, never overstays his welcome. It's a nuanced blend of malts and earth tones. It's a great addition to your football weekend. Go for Dos Equis, and look, dress it up. Rub that bottleneck. Get that can. Get that glass. Rub that rim with a little bit of lime and dip it in some salt. Lick, drink, repeat, and go for Dos Equis. 2025 Cervezas Mexicanas. White Plains, New York. Let's go back to our phones. 865-200. 5402 is the numero dos. Hello and welcome in. You're on our Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. Hi.
Tony?
Yes.
Thank you for being on. We're driving back from Vegas, and you're getting us home.
Thank you.
On a dark desert highway.
There you go, brother.
So there's just two plays really to talk about in the ball game that stick out to me, except for one other thing. I wanted to clarify something that was inaccurate. On the offensive pass interference, Staley is supposed to go block immediately. That play is legal if Brazil has thrown the ball and he catches it behind the line of scrimmage the way it's designed to, and we do it all the time, and the guys go block, and we don't always go across. But a couple times last year, and then that time this year, Brazil drifted across the line of scrimmage. Joey threw it across, so that makes it offensive pass interference. Staley's doing his job the way he's taught.
Panel? Anybody? It's just not executed correctly, yes?
Correct.
Yeah. Part and parcel
it's on the quarterback and the receiver who catch the ball to not go across the line of scrimmage. It's a screen pass. It's like a lineman can go downfield and block on screen passes, and you throw it to the running back, he's got to be behind the line of scrimmage for it to be legal. It's the same exact thing. So that's just an execution thing by the quarterback and Brazil. Now, the first play I want to talk about is when we forced them a 3 and out. We go down and score, start second half. We got momentum back. We're down 10. We forced Ty Simpson into a fumble. And 3 of our guys stood there and looked at the ball. Perlotti, number 27, was the closest to it and kind of batted it away. He could have picked it up and had nothing but green grass in front of him to run it back for a touchdown to cut the ball game to a 3-point game. Luckily, one person had a brain intact, Joseph's, to get on the football because he knew it was a fumble. Our other guys just blew the play. Even if that ball is an incomplete pass, you've been taught to get the freaking thing and pick it up, and then let the umpire and the referee tell you, no, it's incomplete. And we looked at it. like it was kryptonite.
What is that, Sean Sinclair? What is that when a ball's laying on the ground and everybody's looking at it? What does that say? What does that mean to you guys?
Well, I don't know. It tells me that everybody thought it was a pass.
Yeah.
An incomplete pass. But I would say this, and I'm going to take your word for it on the first one. What I saw on that play was somewhat of Staley being in the slot. I've only seen I'm the person that said that you were correcting. And the way you described it, I've only seen that when we have either stack formation or we have a trips triangle to the side. I've not seen that as you're describing when Staley's lined up in the slot.
No, we threw it other times tonight, and Brazil called it behind.
The way I saw it, two players would have had to mess that up, both the wide receiver and the receiver. You couldn't have one player mess it up, or the ball would have gone behind the receiver or the other thing. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I've just not seen it like that.
Yeah, so Brazil caught the ball about a half a yard past the black line when they showed the replay. He has to be behind the black line on the line of scrimmage, on the south side of the line of scrimmage of that black line. That's simply Staley is. It doesn't matter if they're stacked. Doesn't matter if they're a bunch. It doesn't matter if he's in the slot and then Brazil's out wide. He just can't be across that black line when he catches the football. But Staley's taught to go block immediately, no matter where he's at on that. We threw bubbles with that same scheme numerous times tonight, and it was all behind the line of scrimmage, so there wasn't no PI. It was just that one time we didn't execute it correctly at the quarterback and the receiver position. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. The guys looking at the football, though, Sean, I mean, even if they thought it was an incomplete pass, go grab it just in case and let the referees tell you it's not. Go grab it and run it for a touchdown. And if oh my God, if you're tired from running 60 yards and they say it was an incomplete pass, darn, you'll be okay.
Totally agree.
Yeah. Now, the other play, Tony, is the play at the end of the half. So we come out, 9 seconds left, no timeouts, and we're in a heavy formation. And Kalen DeBoer is smart enough to know I'm going to call a timeout and tell my guys they're not going to dare run this. They're going to show us a run formation, and they're going to try to slip a quick pass. Do not bite on the play action fake. They're going to throw it and just take away any throw. And what should have happened was Josh Heupel said, you know what? He knows what I'm doing by calling that timeout and talking to his guys. I'm going to go out there and put my 11 personnel, 3 receivers and a tight end back on the field, and I'm going to spread you out. And I'm going to tell Joey, you got 9 seconds. If 4 of them go off in your head and there's nobody wide open, throw it through the goalpost and we'll kick a field goal.
That's exactly right. And you know what? If you kick a field goal there, you're in the game. You're
down 6 points, and we come out and score the first 7.
I don't understand. I don't understand what was wrong with being in the game there.
No, I think he was okay with getting 3. I think he was okay with that being an incomplete pass on that formation. But the problem is, DeBoer knew you were going to do it in that formation, and he told his guys, Josh has to have a counter when he calls that timeout and says, you know what, we can't do that now because he's coached him up.
And nobody's given
the
DeBoer credit. That was a hell of a timeout, Rusty, is what that was.
Fantastic. It was great by DeBoer, and it was really bad by us. When coaches, it's like in basketball when you see 2 coaches call back-to-back timeouts in the last seconds of the ball game because one coach calls a play and the other coach calls it because he wants to see a way you come out and line up.
Yep.
You got to counter in that timeout and say, well, we can't do what we were going to do a minute ago. We got to change it because he's telling his team what we're about to do now.
It's wild, man. And you know what, too?
Man.
It's little things in this league. We've always talked about that on these shows.
Oh.
It's 3 or 4 little things that none of us anticipate. You can't anticipate that happening.
Oh, no. Tony, There's no other single play to talk about in that game because that one stands out so bad, and then the other one's frustrating because guys just not having their heads locked in.
Yeah.
But Bama basically played a pretty flawless game, except for Simpson fumbling that ball. But that was kind of us forcing it. We pushed the pressure into him.
Somebody, yep.
But they didn't drop a ball.
No.
They had like one false start and a couple PIs late. I can't even begin to count the self-inflicted wounds we caused ourselves in that ball game. There's too many to even try to process in my head.
Here's another one, sir, which I didn't understand is you've got a guy in Turbyville who literally kicks the ball into the stand.
He kicks it out of bounds.
Well, no, but if you notice the reaction to that,
Heupel high-fived him.
He was told to do that.
He was told
because
to do
he
that.
immediately came off the field and Heupel kind of went, "Yeah, you kind of did this or like that." It wasn't a "What are you doing?" I was around kickers enough to know that they were trying to pin them back somehow. Why? You're overthinking this.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
25.
Heupel went up to him and basically slapped him and slapped him 5 like, "Hey, good try there. That's what we wanted you to do."
They did that twice last week versus Arkansas. They intentionally kicked it short to where they could return it.
Explain that to me, Matt.
I thought was odd.
What are we going for there? Explain to me what we're going for.
Kick it through the damn end zone like he always does.
Okay.
Just give him the ball on the 25. We take it on the 25. We fair catch everything. If it's on the 10-yard line, we fair catch it. Take it on the 25. Just boom the ball through the damn end zone. But, I mean, we have a center snapping the ball when Joey's audibling and everybody else is looking at him. We have a false start on the first drive when it's 2nd and 2. We have numerous procedure penalties the rest of the ball game. We have Kitzelman drop 3 passes. Matthews drops a 3rd and 19 that would have been at least field goal range. It's just our self-inflicted wounds. We actually sniff out when they try to run a trick play and a throwback play to Simpson, and we actually guard Simpson, and we get 3 guys on Bernard for like a 13-yard loss.
When they split, and he split those guys, Rusty, they just looked at him. He split him like it was like he was in a one of those Mel Blanc cartoons. Like, how the hell did he do that? And that what it looked like? Looked like the Road Runner.
Yeah, the self-inflicted. I mean, you don't have to tackle that guy immediately. You have to knock him out. Just you three guys get in front of him and tackling for a 9-yard loss because you had him 15 yards away. Let him have 6 and make it 2nd and 17 or whatever it would have been.
Thank you, my man, because that was some shit right there. No offense.
Our DBs and doing the shoulder tackling shit, not wrapping up, is just infuriating. Because we've done it all season, and we didn't. Even the first couple of Heupel years, we weren't that bad at tackling, and last year we were pretty good at it.
Right.
But we don't even attempt to wrap up. We just try to launch our shoulders in the guys, and they just bounce right off them.
And that's an interesting example on Bernard because if you go back and look at that play, because I rewound it, I was like, there's no way I just saw what I just saw. And Ewad's going to join here momentarily. At 1:43 in the Eastern time zone, what am I doing? This is the time in these programs where I assess what has become of my life.
We're trying to see if Stanford's going to keep Florida State from making a comeback. Florida State's about to fall to 0-4 in the ACC after beating Alabama to start the season.
Having a hell of a year. They're the poster boy for whatever those.
Norvell's going to get tarmacked out there in Stanford tonight.
I went back and rewatched.
They're going to take his
play.
sandwich away.
I went back. R.I.P. Roger. They went back and.
Amen, brother.
Went back and looking at that play. Not one guy. Not one of the 4 players that's around Bernard has any kind of integrity to that lane at all. They all just looked at him like it was damn Wayne Gretzky back in the day playing for the Edmonton Oilers and there's a bunch of stiffs on the ice, if I can use a hockey analogy. Not one. I challenge anybody to go look at that later. If you're up, you can't sleep, whatever it is. Tomorrow, if you get bored, go watch that one play. That is so indicative of who we are defensively this year. That's why I could not, and will not utter that we're going to go to the playoffs with this team. I just can't. In my brain, I can't wrap my brain around that. I don't mean to be negative about it. I don't mean to be kind of a jerk about it. I just don't see it. And if I saw it, I would tell you, hey, I believe that this team here, that stuff like that, and that self-inflicted stuff, you're just not going to win games that matter playing that way. You're just not. And you're going to end up in overtime at Mississippi State with a team like this, a team you should walk the dog on. I mean, that's just the reality of kind of what this team is. So some of you, and I'm reading the comments, and you don't want to sell for Alabama, and Alabama sucks. Look, we're not playing football from 5 years ago anymore. Compared to the rest of college football. And, Matt, that's the problem here. We're not playing 2019 college football or 2015 college football or 2021 college football even, Matt. We're comparing that team against past Alabama teams, and there is no comparison. But compared to teams in college football this year, Alabama's got a damn good college football team. That's the problem, Matt, that everybody's doing. That's what everybody's doing. We're all doing it.
Yeah. And we're just going to hold the Florida State game against them, which is it's a fair thing to do.
Sure.
But projecting who Alabama is now and who they're going to be, that game is totally meaningless. And we do the same thing. We do the same thing with Georgia. Lane Kiffin caught a perfect game through 3 quarters today, and they scored on every possession through 3 quarters, and they still got beat.
I woke up to that reality.
Because Georgia just finds a way to win.
I woke up to that reality today. I told Matt all week, Ole Miss is going to get them. He said, no, they're not. He said, Tony, you've been saying that. Just like we were going to get them, just like who was the other miracle game, Matt? What was the other one? Fresh my memory. Georgia's other skate job. Auburn. Only thing that matters
Auburn
with Georgia. Only thing that matters with Georgia is we ain't painting pictures, we're writing numbers. That's it.
Lane went up and down the field the first 5 possessions or whatever, and they were up 2 points somehow. And Georgia had just sputtered all game. And then Georgia goes 17-0 in the 4th and puts it away.
Ewad, your thoughts on this madness? Then we go back to the phones as Eric Waddell's not now in the house.
Oh boy, I have some mixed feelings about this one. It really did. The whole game really did hinge on. And I'm not saying that Tennessee would have won if they didn't screw this up. What I'm saying is the game ended as soon as we threw that 99-yard. Disaster pick, because it was at minimum a 10-point swing and possibly a 14-point swing. If you take the touchdown away from them, you add a touchdown to us, we're in this thing at the end of the game. Alabama's a better football team, I think, in part because they, as you guys have mentioned, they play a lot cleaner brand of football than we certainly do. But we at least would have had a shot at the end. At the end of that game. And that's my frustration, is if we could play just a little bit cleaner, we win that game. Or we have a chance to win that game. If we play a little bit cleaner against Georgia, we have a chance to win that game. I think we have a good football team, a very good football team, in fact. But until we fix the things that we do, we don't have an elite football team. I think that's really where I stand on the things at this point in the season. I don't know if what you guys think, but I think we're close to being very good, but that's it. At this point, will it be enough to get to the playoff? I truly don't know.
Yeah, the question is this team closer to 10-2 or 8-4? And we're going to find that out.
Yeah.
Because I think they're both on the table. I think 10-2 is on the table. Now, as I've said all year, I'm not buying that this team's going to go 10-2. I just don't know that we do enough sound things. But I also do think there's a scenario where this team goes 8-4.
Your schedule gives you a chance to do that.
To go 10-2?
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Yeah, your schedule gives you that. I mean, Oklahoma's kind of who they are.
Yep.
John Mateer versus our defense is a very highly volatile game. Like the variance in that game is about as wide as you can get because he does a lot of stupid things and makes a lot of great plays. We don't do a lot of things right, but we force turnovers. Like that game, there's a huge variance in that game.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, Vandy, at the end, I just hope you're playing Vanderbilt with playoff implications on the line, kind of like last.
I was just going to say for something to play for.
Yeah, and not just them. I mean, Vanderbilt could be even in playoff implication mode at that point too.
It's pretty wild, guys, to think about. Who would have thought that could even enter the phrase playing game? You talk about one of the all-time insane Vanderbilt games that we will have seen in our lifetimes.
Really?
Boy, Castellanos just got absolutely crash test dummied by Stanford. That is one of the nastiest hits I've ever seen in my life on a football field.
Of course, I think Florida State's getting called for holding on the play.
No,
too.
they're not.
It's not even gonna count.
Oh.
When Florida State jumped off sides on the 4th down earlier, like that's enough to fire the guy right there. Like that guy and Hugh Freeze are really battling for who can squander the most talent, and just have teams that look just totally lost. But Castellanos is like not going to play anymore this game. Good Lord,
may not play this season. His head hit the ground with a ferocity. I mean, a guy just laid into him. Hey, I thought the Bama kid tonight took liberties on our guy on the ground, laying all over him there.
He did.
Total cheap shit hit. That's cheap shot, cheap shit stuff. You could hurt somebody doing that. It's one thing to come in late on a tackle. It's another thing to put your full body weight and then take your arms and lay across their neck the way he did
when they
to
have
Aguilar.
a neck injury.
Not good. Not good. Where I come from. Hello and welcome into our next call. It's Garza Law, 5th quarter fan reaction. You're on the air. Hi.
Tony, Madison in Texas. How you doing?
Hey, Madison. I owe you lunch, my brother.
Hey, and Tony, I'm going to leave that aside because we've got bigger things to talk about.
We got bigger fish to fry, my brother.
Tony, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, and I'm not trying to be, negative or anything like that, but both of these coordinators need to be fired. And I will stand behind that. The call at the end of the half where everyone knows you're going to pass. Everyone in the entire stadium, everyone in the world that's watching this game knows you're going to pass, and you line up with 3 tight ends and a fullback. When you have a first round, possibly the number 1 wide receiver that's going to be taken in the next draft, you've got him on your team, and you line up with 3 tight ends and a fullback, and you try and throw the ball out of there? I mean, Tony, this makes no sense. That is the worst offensive play call I've ever seen in my entire life, and I'll stand behind that. And secondly, with Banks, I mean, this guy can't coach a zone defense to save his life. We have no clue out there. We have no clue how to defend someone when they're coming in. I mean, we've got guys that are just wide open right next to where our player needs to be in the zone coverage, and we're not passing them off. They're wide open, and it's like you can't coach man, you can't coach zone. I mean, I'm not going to say that Banks is awful. He's not awful, but he's not good, and we're never going to get where we want to go with Banks. So both of these guys.
Let me share something with you here, okay? The offensive coordinator on that offense is Josh Heupel. Josh Heupel called that play on the goal line, Madison. We just got to deal with this in an honest way. That's his offense. He called that play. Now he might not admit that. They might not admit. That's how that thing works internally. They got people up in the box watching it for him. He's calling the shots. He's calling the plays. That's why I think he struggles at times with little pieces of game management because he's worried about getting the next play in. That's my contention and belief about him. But go ahead.
Tony, I agree. But if that's the case, what value is Josh Housley adding to the equation?
Josh Heupel. I'm talking about your head coach.
No, Housley. If the case is that Heupel is
your
calling all of
offensive
the
coordinator.
plays,
Yes.
what value is Housley adding to the equation? That's my question.
Sean, any thoughts on that? That's interesting. That's an interesting repartee comeback there. Go ahead, Sean. Your thoughts.
Well, I think if I'm, it's a stretch, but I think he Halsey obviously provides him some level of comfort.
Yeah.
There, and that's not me saying that. That's what it appears.
Yeah.
And meaning that's not my idea of what's important, but Josh Heupel seems to put a great deal of importance on having his bros around.
Yeah.
And I know that sounds smart ass, but it's not meant to be. That's why he's elevated. But also I guess you could make the argument that he's been pretty darn successful.
Yeah.
Recruiting quarterbacks. I mean, he's got them stacked and has had them stacked. But
quarterbacks that can't play.
Well, we don't know about George McIntyre, and we don't know about Faison Brandon. I mean, those are much higher rated than Milton and Hendon and these guys. Certainly not Nico, but here's what I don't understand. You're talking about the zone. Somebody's going to have to explain to me consistently on third down when you have 5, 6, and 7 defenders behind the sticks. I do not get that. The safeties, okay, I'll give you that. You can be deeper than the first down line. But when your linebackers, your corners, and everything in a zone are all beyond the first down marker, and all you got to do is hit a tight end or a wide receiver right in front of them for a first down, I'm just an idiot because I can't understand that.
Well, Sean, you're exactly right. I mean, yeah, we're playing way too conservative on defense. We're playing bend, don't break zone defense, but we're not playing assignments down. We can't coach the assignments. Yes. What you see is what you coached out there.
Yes.
And it's despicable, guys. I mean,
Madison, that play Rusty talked about where they had that guy pinned, that Bernard guy, and there are 4 guys, and he just splits them because nobody is doing what they should be doing on that play. It was insane. It was insane.
Guys, I'm trying to get behind this head coach. I love Josh. I think he's doing a lot of great things, but he's keeping these guys close to him that are going to get his ass fired. I feel that in my bones. Housley, he's adding absolutely no value at all. I think we can all agree on that. Banks, he's fine. He's good when he has good players, but he is not great, and he's never going to get you where you want to go. So I'll jump off here, guys, but you guys know me. I'm going to try to be positive when I can.
Oh, you're the man. Yeah. You're shocking me right now.
This is just I can't watch this anymore, guys. So
thank you,
I'll jump off here.
You're on like what we call snap alert. That's what Bino calls snap alert. Hey, Matt, is he right about Banks? Could these guys use Walker painting and a fresh coat of paint here?
I think you can certainly upgrade. Yeah. You might need to try something different. It's just so weird how, like Sinko had said earlier, like last year's the total anomaly, but you were so good situationally last year that wasn't by accident. Like that had to be coached up. How good you were in the red zone. You were really good on third downs. You forced turnovers. You were really good against all those things were true last year. And you're just totally just fell apart this year defensively. We're just so bad in just about everything.
And the good thing is the year's not over yet.
Yeah, but you have faced the best offenses you're going to face.
That's a great point. No, that's a great point. That's a really.
I mean,
good
Oklahoma
point.
doesn't have a running game. Mateer's is kind of hit or miss as a passer. Florida is who they are now. I mean, Vandy doesn't have a great offense, but they're really good at what they do and muddying the game up. But like, it's hard to get torched by any of these other teams. But it's just we're just not. They just don't look well coached at all.
Let's go back to our phones at 865-200-5402 if you want to get in the hunt and in the mix with us. And Florida State, by the way, is getting ready to lose once again. They're getting ready to lose again. What, Matt, what's the number going to be now for them in the league? What's Florida State going to improve to after this loss?
They're going to be 0-4 in the ACC. They're going to be the dead last in the ACC.
Literally, if this is what
3-4 overall.
If this is what you signed up for as a Florida State fan, more power to you.
I want to say they've lost. This is going to be like the 12th or 13th straight ACC loss.
Mm-hmm. Somebody just put up here they haven't won a game in something like 347 days, an ACC game.
But they beat Bama.
I mean, what a crazy
beat the hell out of Bama, too.
They smashed them.
Wise,
yeah.
It seems impossible to me, literally impossible for me. It could be, you almost have to try to be that bad.
I mean, to go out there and lose to Stanford, who's got an interim coach and no concept and no clue and no direction right now, and that weirdo that used to be the Colts quarterback who rides his bike to campus every day.
He walks up and down the damn sidelines during games.
I mean, no offense to him. Let's go back to our phones.
It sounds like something Aaron Rodgers might do.
Florida State's going to open. LSU is going to open. Florida's going to open. Penn State is open. Oklahoma is going to open before the year is over. I think USC might open because they're going to get sick of that guy. We've never seen anything like this offseason. And imagine this. If those jobs open and Tennessee has their act together, imagine the amount of guys you could get out of the portal. If you really wanted to go straight
there's
gangster.
Not like sure thing coaches to take those jobs.
I love it. That's even better.
That's what's in fact. There's no sure thing up and comer that's going to take jobs like that.
That's even better. Like the Summerall guy. He's not having a great year. He's supposed to be one of these guys in line. He's not having a great
Auburn.
year. Yeah, there you go. C has entered the chat, entered the room. We'll hear from him momentarily. What a crazy day. Hello and welcome in to our next call in Madison. And I tried to tell Madison I was on pay his, couldn't wait to pay him, and he's like, the hell with that bet. I got business to take care of, and it doesn't involve you, Basilio. I was like, whoa. Let's go back to the phones and get our next call in. Hello and welcome.
Probably sounds like he had won a copper card or two and just still waiting for it. But
Interesting.
What's crazy is, I just wanted to say a few things. Everyone's focusing on that second down call, but that first down call is what really had me really upset. We had 2 timeouts and we had like 20-something seconds left. Is that right? When we got the first down, we had first and goal at the 2.
That's exactly right. Yes.
To me, there's a parallel with Heupel, and he gets all this notoriety for being a program guy, kind of like how Barnes does. And to me, he doesn't like Barnes. He wins enough. And compared to the boobs and buffoons that we've had previously, it doesn't take much to be competent, where you're not alienating your fan base and former players. But I just wonder how much confidence he instills in his players when it comes to crunch time, kind of like Barnes. when it's pressure situations. And for his notoriety for being this genius play caller, why don't you do play action pass option on first down? And why don't you, with 20 seconds left, you're not going to have a full 4 downs. Why not just spike it? And then you'd be second down, you got second, third, and fourth. But on first down, we run the ball, but we run it without, like, it's different when you're in middle of the field and you run it, which kind of just blows my mind how we get 5-6 yard chunk plays with really shotgun and just handing it off, and but there's like, if you're going to run it there on first down, why don't you have some jumbo formation on one side and just power it in on a certain side? But he was just like ran up the middle, and I'm just like, is this, if you're the defense, that's what you're hoping the offense does. When you're tight near the goal line, the defense has to commit to the run there. Why don't you play action there and then let Aguilar have the option of running it in 1 or 2 yards going wide, or throwing it away to stop the clock, or having a tight end release or something like that? Was anyone thinking that on first down, why we didn't do that? Guys. Or why we didn't run a more effective run play than just run it up the middle with no fullback or no heavy tight end, on one side or whatever?
All right, see, you just joined the room. Is that a fair criticism of what transpired at the end of the half? See.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Heupel's going to be confused as a great game manager. I didn't think it was very well managed with the timeouts, and I thought the way to do it once you're out of timeouts was, and I haven't heard a lot of the callers tonight. Apologies, but I think that you probably should have thrown the ball on that second down. I would not have done it with the play action because there wasn't really a threat of the run, I didn't think. And then on third down, I know some people probably would prefer you take the points if there's 4 or 5 seconds left. On third down, then you could run the ball. I don't think a play action there when Alabama obviously was dropping guys into the flat, and then the way the timeouts were managed there. I thought it was. I did not think it was very well done at all by Heupel. I don't think he really has a very good feel for using these timeouts, and sometimes he's too slow to use them. Sometimes he's too fast. So yeah, I think the caller has a good point. I think he has a long way to go when it comes to managing these special situations.
I think if you're going to say that, I don't know if you misspoke on the play action is, and I don't mean this to argue with you. First of all, play action there is too condensed inside the 5 yard line, where there's no reason to you can't trick a linebacker.
Down,
there's
guys.
no room to trick him.
There's no threat of run anyway.
Yeah, and if you're doing that, then there's no. I mean, you're taking too much time. There's nowhere for the receivers to go. I truly think there should have been a pass.
I've watched football my whole life.
Somewhere, or like the thing was, what I don't understand was what was the game? The Georgia overtime where they scored that first one, right?
Yeah.
Where they go that heavy set to the left.
Yeah.
I mean, that was genius. And I don't know why you don't steal something like that. And I certainly don't understand why you got, the whole, 5 guys in the backfield, from the 2 yard line. That where are you going? Where's everyone going? Unless you're doing a tush push, where is everybody going? All you're doing is bringing the defense into like a 5 yard area. You're not going anywhere.
Go ahead to my caller. You were saying.
Yeah, but I think it was first. What I'm talking about is when we did. I think, if my memory serves correct, we got a chunk play. We got first and goal at the 2, and I'm just thinking as a quintessential UT fan, let's not screw this up. Let's get points, And I wanted 6, not 3. I think we'd be all over Heupel if he would have settled for a field goal, and that would have been more like Butch Jones level. But it was the first play, not the second play, that I had a problem with, because it was just very, very unimaginative. There was no misdirection, nothing. It was just hey, we're just going to hand the ball off and hope that the running back gets the yardage himself. And it's just like, damn, like that's just so, regardless of how much money you're making, you're in that level. The defense has to sell out to stop the run. Just a bootleg or something. Fake the handoff, bootleg, run it in. If you can't get it, if the guy's going to get you, throw it away. You know, and you could have a tight end release, you know, out in the flat for an. I mean, I've just watched football in my life, like all you guys have. We've seen plays like that.
Yeah.
And we don't do. We just, hey, let's just run it up the middle with no fullback, no heavy tight end set, whatever. That's where I think he lost the game there. And then, you know, whether it's Banks or anyone else, I think we've said this ad nauseum, but as a Tennessee fan, watching us on defense my whole life, you know, the whole third and Shavy thing, other than like Dale Carter and Eric Berry, very few cornerbacks I've watched, when the ball's in the air, they turn their head around their shoulder and go. I mean, I just don't understand why you can't just run with your man. You know that if you put your freaking hands on their jersey, they're going to call pass interference. Make him catch the ball, but run side by side with the receiver when the ball's in the air, turn your head around your shoulder, and now you're a receiver too. And like that concept, like I've seen quality teams do that. We can't do it. I do not understand that. It drives me crazy.
Well, listen, thanks for the call. I appreciate you. This is definitely a acquired taste. Kind of like a flag on the end zone against Stanford. You know, we were just talking about Stanford beating Florida State, and we popped the score up there, and now we have a pass interference penalty at the end of the game. This is some of the most ridiculous, idiotic. Brandon in Chattanooga is asking the following in a super chat over here on YouTube. Hope you're doing well, T. Hey, Brando, good to talk to you, brah. Glad you're out there. And our YouTube channel is Tony Basilio Show on YouTube. It's where you find a lot of our stuff housed and special reports as well. We jumped on today and talked about Tony Vitello, if you want to go back and look at that. And there is a pass interference penalty against Stanford. Here we go. For the panel, if Heupel doesn't make changes on his staff, at what point do we ask if the Hendon Hooker year might have been Heupel's ceiling? Matt, is that a fair thing? I'll start with you. Is that a discussion point that fans are going to have, whether it's fair or not? At what point will fans start asking that, Matt?
Well, you went 10-2 that year. You went 10-2 last year as well. So you kind of reached that point again. I do think it's 2 a.m. Why not? I do think that beating Bama in 22 might be the peak of the Heupel era, but that's a really tough thing to overcome. Like that was such a big win at the time and the way you did it.
Yeah.
But going 10-2 in that year two, that unexpected success, and that was before teams really adjusted to this offense and started playing the three deep safeties. So you kind of had a cheat code there. I do think that it might wind up being that way, but the fact that you went 10-2 last year and made the playoffs with a completely different type of team gives me a lot of hope for Heupel, like as a head coach, like going forward. It just seems like we've regressed back to that all offense, no defense thing this year.
Anybody else on the panel want to have a poke at that? Does this guy have to make changes on his staff?
I think with Heupel, I think you're hearing a lot of frustration. Obviously, it's after the game, and the Alabama game means so much to us, but we're seeing this over and over again. I don't want anyone else as head coach than Heupel. I rather like him, and I like the way he's representing the school. I like, for the most part, he's representing the he's recruiting at a level, not elite, but he's recruiting level. But let's get real. We're not financially committing to winning championships like Ohio State. Not a lot of other people are, but when you're in that group, because I would put us with Ole Miss right now. I would put us with, for the most part, Texas A&M and some of these other schools. But when you're in that big group and you're going to a 9-game SEC gauntlet, and we're seeing how exciting that's going to be over the last couple of weeks with some of these wins and losses, the things that can be corrected should be corrected. And this is going on 5 years. And again, I said it, Matt said it, the whole defense thing last year was the outlier. We're right back to the first 3 years of Tim Banks. And if you don't have any interest in tackling, if you don't have any interest in getting legitimate safeties, I just have to ask why.
Okay, hey Matt, describe, and then we'll go back to the phones for people that are driving right now. What happened with Florida State? Because that's one of the craziest things I've ever seen at the end of a game. And, go ahead, Matt.
They ran a night. They got the free play because of the PI. And was it a shovel pass? I actually thought he scored.
A beautiful
kind of
shovel
like Tennessee
pass.
at the end of the Bama game. I thought he scored, and they just didn't give it to him.
Right.
It depends on where's. I thought he scored. I don't know if they can overturn it or not. But this would be the perfect way for the Mike Norvell era to end.
If he doesn't score, okay, he ran.
And it's targeting, but they're not going to call that.
He ran into a guy that's laying on the ground from Stanford and literally butted up against his leg. And that's what's going to keep him out of the end zone. A guy that had just
scored.
I think he scored.
I think he easily scored. Now I don't know if they'll overturn it.
See, did he score? Did he score? See,
he didn't extend his arm at all. I don't know. I'm trying to listen to this ACC thing here.
It's so great. I love that. Look at that. They gave you all the angles. They're talking.
He didn't extend the ball at all.
Kind of like our guy tonight when he was running out of bounds. Didn't extend the ball at all. You got to extend the ball. You got to know where you are, man. It's tough. It's a tough sport.
Auburn officials right here, baby.
Yep. Let's go back to our
phones. Andrew Luck is such a damn weirdo.
Who is?
God.
Oh, yeah. Yep. He's so odd looking.
What nut job. Bino likes that guy.
Back to the phones we go. Bino used to like him. Hello and welcome into our next call. You are on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hey, Tony. It's Andrew from Maryville.
Hey, Andrew. Welcome in.
Hey, so about this Heupel thing, I think you guys are right about the whole maybe he hit his ceiling, but I don't think that necessarily means that that's, the end for him. Because, I mean, you think about Saban, when he saw all these offenses going spread out and everything, he went out and he hired Kiffin and all these offensive coordinators to give him the best offense.
Good point.
He went and ran it better than anybody else.
Good point.
But I don't know that Heupel's going to do that. I think that caller earlier is right about the Halsey thing. He's not giving us anything right now. And it's fine that Heupel calls the plays, but if that's the case, he needs to go find some old coach that's been calling this pro-style offense we're running for 30 years to bring some expertise.
The problem with Heupel is, and look, they added some new things this year, which is great. I mean, they tightened their splits, and they've done a lot of that stuff during these games. In fact, today you heard McElroy doing the game say that's a pass they wouldn't have thrown last year. There are certain things they've done this year that we haven't seen in years past. The problem with Heupel is, though, one of the guys they brought in for new ideas was one of his best men, or the guy was in his wedding. I don't know if the guy's his best man, but he was in his wedding. You gotta have a longer reach than just reaching inside the guys that are in your cell phone. That's just not going to work.
Yeah, I guess it's that question of, is he willing to get uncomfortable and fire some of his buddies to maybe go get an extra couple of wins a year?
And quite frankly, I don't think he is. I don't think that's who he is.
No, I don't think so either.
But I don't want him fired. I'm with Madison in Texas. I don't want him fired, but Woody Woodenhofer, the late, great Woody Woodenhofer, told me one time, we were standing down at SEC Media Days. I'll never forget this as long as I live. I said, Woody, you're kind of a older guy and you sort of lived your life. What would your advice be for a young coach? He said, well, young coach, he goes, that's easy. Don't hire your friends. He said along the way, you're going to have these guys, and you're going to maybe be a roommate with them when you're both are GAs, or you're going to have this guy over here, and he's going to be in your wedding because that's who you know at the time. Or maybe he's a former teammate of yours. This is Woody Woodhofer now. And he said, you hire your friends, and your ass is going to get fired. And I thought, wow, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I guess I want to ask the panel their thoughts. I think today was the first game that I really came away really concerned about the O-line. I think that was easily our worst performance of the year. I think Hurd gave up his first sack of the year. First drive, Wendell Moy got just bull rushed off the line. Pendleton obviously had that terrible snap. I don't know what in the world he's doing. And I think Sanders got a lot of playing time. So it seems like we're shuffling things around. Seeing Kentucky, they blew up Texas's O-line, and if we have another performance like we did tonight, could get a little interesting again on the road where we just seem to struggle.
Panel, because Kentucky really was good with Texas tonight.
I think that has more to do with Texas. Texas they're not good up front, and coming off, that Oklahoma game, Sarkisian's been really bad. But no, it's interesting. There was, I think, one of our touchdown drives early in the game. We had a really weird unit out there. We had Bennett Warren at left tackle. We had flipped Moy back to left guard. I think they had Perry at right guard and Sanders at right tackle. It was a really odd, and we went right down the field and scored. But yeah, our O-line struggled early, but then we really kind of leaned on them there in the second half and finally ran the ball. But they weren't great, and we gave up 4 sacks. But
well, I wonder why. I mean, we ripped the defense, but at what point do we stop whitewashing the fact that the defense consistently gives this offense the ball inside the 50-yard line, and they do dick with it?
Yeah, we just can't play complementary football. It's weird. We get short fields and we can't do anything with it. We pin them deep inside the 1, and then the defense gives up 99 yards. We just never seem to get over the hump and make that one play that's going to turn a game around.
Yeah, I think Heupel those first 2 years, he knew he had to really go for the jugular with that offense because he didn't have the defense. And these last 2 years, he's kind of gotten a little too comfortable playing these close games, which, I think guys like Kirby, they play close games and they kind of play conservative because they can. They got the talent. They can afford to kind of play in a bunch of one-possession games. We don't have that talent. And I think Heupel almost thinks he does, but it's costing us. And I think that's why he's been so conservative.
It's kind of interesting, isn't it, Andrew, to watch him sort of struggle with the shell a little bit, go into the shell.
Yeah.
He's almost coaching. He's almost coaching like he has last year's defense.
Yeah.
I don't understand how they can. Why would Heupel with this defense be last in the country in terms of fourth down attempts, in terms of times going for it on fourth down on the opposing side of the field? Why would he be last with this defense he has? That makes no sense to me when I think about it.
If I were him, 4th and short, start the game, I would have gone for it.
I agree.
They punted the ball away. I mean, I know that's a stupid thing for me to say. I'm telling you, I would tell my team, we are coming to win this game tonight. You will get that yard, and we're going to win this damn football game.
It may just be a philosophy thing with him, though, Tony. I mean, he may think if I go on fourth down too much, I'm more likely in the long run to give games away as opposed to win games. And it just might be his view.
Not how he coached when he first got here, eh?
What's interesting is Kiffin doesn't go for all these fourth downs either like he used to. It's a really weird. They've both kind of gotten really conservative on the fourth down stuff.
That's
as the sport's gone the other way.
As the sport's gone the other way. That's interesting.
Yeah,
Matt.
It's a really odd kind of unique in a way that they're kind of linked in that.
Because you watch these other teams, if you watch like the quad box, you're sitting there watching 4 or 5 games on a Saturday afternoon. There's games where teams will not even think about punting on anything 4th and 1, no matter where they are on the field. They're on their own 19. It'll be 4th and 1.
Well, hell,
and they won't even think
the guy at Vandy did it today.
4th and short on like their own 40 and got sacked. And
they didn't care. Yeah, they went. Then they were calling their timeouts to get it back.
They did it late in the game. It's exactly right, Matt. It's almost like they said to LSU, your offense sucks. We don't respect you. And by the way, we're winning this damn football game today. I'm not punting this ball back to you.
I think that's interesting because it's like it almost seems like the teams that go for it on 4th down are the ones that think they have to. And that's why it's so weird that it almost seems like Heupel thinks he can just play a close game all the time. Like we have some massive talent gap where we can afford to be in a close game. It doesn't make any sense.
If that's the case, he's high on his own supply because we don't have a massive talent gap on anybody.
I know.
You know what I mean?
One quick thing, Tony.
Yeah.
I remember when Heupel first got here, one of the things you said you loved about him was that you thought he was kind of perfect for this era with the NIL stuff. You kind of said he was a pro coach kind of thing, you know, kind of a laid back. I think we're kind of seeing the downside of that now with the lack of discipline. You compare him to, Saban, Kirby, Lanning, all these guys. He's just not a disciplinarian, and I just don't think he's going to get that discipline I just don't think he's going to get that out of his guys ever. And that's kind of a terminal thing. I don't think it's ever going to change.
No, I think that's a fair. And Andrew, thank you. It's as usual, great phone call. The call's been great tonight. Fair statement, man. Fair statement. Because when he first got the job and we turned into this, the knock on this guy was he wasn't going to recruit. And I don't know if things would have stayed the same and you had to play in the gray area if he'd still be the coach over here. I'll be completely honest with you. Probably would have gotten fired by now, even though he's a pretty good coach. I'm just keeping it real. But you are right. The Fulmer needed Cutcliffe. Cutcliffe was like the heavy, the detail guy. The, hey, you're not going to do that guy. This guy needs a detail guy. He does. Because he's not a detail guy.
Majors needed Tim Karen.
There you go. My friends at Performance Medicine, nearly 2 decades they've been at it. Incredible, powerful medical expertise tailored to your individual needs. Outside the box approach to medicine. You will optimize your total health. You will do it today. You will feel better. They are revolutionizing healthcare. They don't play around with insurance. What you see is what you pay. And what you see are people that want to keep you healthy. Not treat you when you're sick, but keep you healthy. What a concept. And you experience Dr. Tom Rogers in the Performance Medicine group, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Because he got out of the family practice business, and he said, hey, I want to treat people, and I want them to be well. And they've made a profound impact in my life and could do the same for you. They're online at performancemedicine.net. They've got a YouTube channel. You can go on there and watch their content and kind of get familiar with them and how they do what they do. But let's go to our next call. And so we'll go back to our phones. 865-200-5402. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, it's Tony.
Hey. Welcome in.
Don't you feel like part of the success of Heupel's running game is kind of spreading the field out and going fast?
Or
that's part of the gimmick?
Or spreading the field out, yes.
So why is it every time we get to 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, we get into a close, short yardage situation, we slow it down, we bunch everybody up like really tight at the line of scrimmage, and just don't. It doesn't seem to work. And he's been doing this for years now.
Matt, how about that? The concept of spreading somebody out and trying to run on 4th and short instead of going into that, like Sean said, because when you get on that goal line and you put everybody in that bunch formation, you might as well at that point line up in the tush push and try to shove your way in.
Personally like going under center on those really, really short yardage deals. Now the one tonight, you just had a bad play call.
Yep.
But I like it when you get under center when you just need a yard or less. I think that's a lot more successful than not. But I mean, it's just kind of philosophy deal. I like that we do go under center in some of those spots. We just had a horrible play call after Bama caught a timeout tonight.
It kills me on some of these situations where we're going fast and we're moving the ball, and then all of a sudden we'll get on 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 3, and we'll tick the clock all the way down to 14, 15, 13 seconds left, and then we'll just hand it off and run right up the middle. I mean, anyways, if you're going to run the ball with our offense, if you're going to run the ball right up the middle anyways, I feel like we're much better off doing it with 30 seconds on the play clock than with 10 seconds on the play clock. You go back to the very first drive of the game, we get the 9-yard pass, and of course we get the penalty. And I'm getting tired of hearing all about the penalties being baked in when more of the penalties are on defense than offense anyways. And I don't see how the tempo affects our defensive penalties. But anyways, we get the penalty, and then we go up there, we get it to 3rd and 2, and then we slow it down, and we snap it with like 7 seconds on the play clock, and we run it right up the middle, and we get stuffed like we always do when we bunch it in like that.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, man. I mean, it's a great conversation point to come out of this game, and it's like, see, you were saying a second ago, it's almost like Heupel himself is so off balance that he's got himself off balance. What were you guys talking about earlier tonight with there's overthinking something? What was that, Matt? We were talking about. Were we talking about like extra point tries? What were we talking about earlier with the overthinking things?
Maybe
it was the kicking. It was the directional kickoff.
The kickoff.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the kickoff.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm 4 beers past that.
These guys have too much time on their hands, Dennis DeYoung. That's what this is.
I think to the caller's point is that the fact that we get very efficient when we're moving fast and freewheeling, if you will.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, when it gets nut cutting time, we slow it down, and as if we're about to say, "Hey, we got to get this one right." And you give the defense a chance to breathe, collect themselves, call a timeout, etc., and you negate your built-in advantage, which is speed and the way you run your offense.
Yes.
Yep. It's almost like be who you are, but these guys right now don't know who they are offensively. It's a very strange thing to watch this.
They don't fully trust the quarterback as much as good as Aguilar's been. I don't think Hype will trust him fully.
No, and I think you saw why tonight, Matt. And I'm not knocking the Aguilar kid, but they don't trust him. You're right.
Well,
hey, did you guys
to be
notice
fair
that
to Aguilar, they dropped a lot of passes tonight.
Oh, they did drop a lot of passes, no question, on Aguilar. You're right.
It would have been a different game. Yeah, it would have been a different game if they'd have caught those passes.
It would have been a game. You're right. It would have been a game at the end.
And Tony, you don't win games like this. And to be honest, if we're honest with ourselves, our chances of winning this game were low anyways.
Yes.
But you don't win games like this with going into the game with a conservative mindset.
No.
We saw it on our first drive, like I just said, and then on Bama's first drive, we backed them up inside their own 5-yard line. It's 3rd and 13. We bring 3.
And guess what they did? They got a first down.
Oh.
They didn't run a draw play to get 7 yards to punt the ball away. They were trying to get a first down there.
One of y'all was talking about it just now. Heupel, when he first got here, 21, 22, when there was no expectations on the program, he coached like he had nothing to lose.
Yep.
He coached like I felt like what's in his heart. But now that I feel like he's got some expectations. I don't know. Maybe it's the quarterback. I don't know. But he's not even making basic decisions correct.
Yes.
Like at the end of the first half, right there, I'm sure y'all went over it ad nauseum. But at the end of the first half, the first play call has to be a pass right there at the end of the first half.
And you might be able to get 4 plays in at the goal line.
Thank you, my friend. Good talking to you. And by the way, Too Much Time on My Hand was sung by Tommy Shaw, not Dennis DeYoung. And I know it's a Styx song. You people are telling me it's a Styx. Of course. Hey, everybody just, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. 865-200-5402. But when you've got your kicker over there who can hammer the ball into the stands, screwing around with a directional kick, and then because that's what we're doing, you got too much time on your hands.
I wonder if that's from the NFL.
That's a new thing,
because
right?
obviously, in the NFL they have that landing zone.
Yeah.
So they can't kick it through the end zone, or the ball comes out to the 35.
Yeah.
So in the NFL, a lot of these guys have been doing these directional kicks, and they call it these poison balls or the dirty balls. And a lot of these returners are having trouble handling it, and they're trying to pin teams deep. So you have to wonder if maybe some analyst or somebody's been seeing this and thinking, oh, we're going to try to do these dirty balls. Even though in college, you can just take it to the 25, just kick it through the end zone every time. Obviously in the NFL, they would do that too if they could, but they're not allowed to do that because of the landing zone.
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome into our next call. That's an interesting point by C. College football needs to go to the NFL kickoff immediately. It would make the sport so much better. Because as Matt said earlier, and C brings up a great point when he first jumped in here, guys, the punt return in major college football has totally disappeared. Why? Because teams don't punt like they once did. And
kickoffs have disappeared. Teams are still fielding punts inside their 5 every weekend.
But the rugby
punting, White did it earlier in the fourth quarter.
The rugby punting,
ridiculous.
The rugby punting has made it so that it's so hard to return punts. But to Matt's point, everybody kicks the ball through the end zone now. You don't even see kick returns. They're not even in the NFL now. You got to kick it into a landing zone, or if you kick it through the end zone, you pay the price for that. It's a pretty interesting little deal. Plus, you would protect the players better because they're all lined up close to each other in close proximity. You don't have these guys going 1,000,000 miles an hour running into each other anymore. But
do you guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you guys think on the punting thing that they should go to the NFL rules on that too? I think maybe they're thinking they're not good enough or not fast enough. But in the NFL, those guys can't release. Those linemen can't release down the past 3 yards down the field until the ball hits the punter's foot. That's why those rugby punting, they can't do it in the NFL.
Yeah,
it eliminates those silly rugby puntings because you can't go down. It's like an illegal lineman downfield. If you in college, they snap it down to that punter, and then everybody runs down the field, and the punter just runs along until he has to kick it. In the NFL, if you're running around like that rugby punter, that nobody can run down the field to field the punt or to cover the punt.
You see, Matt, that's a very, very, very hidden thing in that game right now, that rugby punter deal. Because it's a really smart thing they do. Really smart thing.
I don't watch the NFL enough to know that's been a deal there with the punting.
Back to the phones.
They did it basically to eliminate
strategy into it.
Yeah, because the NFL had a couple of those rugby guys. That's exactly right. That's a good catch by UC. Let's go back to the phone.
And that's what they do. That's what they do in the NFL. That is when they get something like that makes their sport a little bit less likable or a little bit less watchable. They knock it out a lot of times pretty quick, which I think college could do a little quicker.
Back to the phones we go. College definitely needs to go to this replay thing where you can watch and you hear what they're saying. I mean, this is so idiotic. Hello and welcome into our next call as you are live on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction at Sunday morning. What am I doing here?
Hey, Tony, it's David Ackworth.
Ackworth, what's up, my man?
Well, speaking of what I'm doing, what am I doing here? Well, I'm driving back from Tuscaloosa.
Wow.
So I'm having the same conversation with myself and my son. What are we doing here?
How far do you have to go?
It's going back to Georgia. It's a little bit over 3 hours. It's not horrible.
Cool.
Yeah, but the time change gets you, so it's going to be 3:30 before we get home. But hey, it is what it is. First off, for me, I'm going to the play right before halftime. Had a pretty good look at it. I wasn't close to the play, but I had a good view, good angle of it. First off, anybody talking about wanting to run the ball on that play, to me, doesn't understand football. We would be on here skewering Heupel if he ran the ball on that play and didn't get in the end zone and we got no points out of it. So we'd be skewering Heupel just as much as we are now. It may be even worse. And I'm sorry. I don't think it was a bad play call. He leads Kitzelman. That's a touchdown. He threw it behind him. It was a bad throw. I don't know why everybody seems to be unwilling to say that. Love Joey. It was a bad throw. He threw it behind him, and he basically threw it to the Alabama player. He leads him. It's either going to be incomplete and you kick the field goal, or it's a touchdown. And, I understand, hey, he could have run this and he could have run that. He could have spread it out and thrown it to Brazil in the back of the end zone. I get that. I wouldn't have had a problem with that either. I don't think the play call was the problem. I just think the execution of it was just terrible. And, and it seems like everybody thinks, we don't want to blame Joey for this or that. And I'm not blaming for anything else that happened in that ball game, I don't think. But I am blaming him for that pass. That was a terrible throw. The one place you couldn't throw it is where he threw it. So, that's just my 2 cents worth. And I had a pretty good look at it and saw it, and it was a gut punch sitting there watching that, because you thought that game was, at that point you just felt like the game was over. And, I think it was Star Thomas that chased him down, and I thought he was going to tackle him. I don't know why he stopped and why he didn't take a little bit longer of an angle, because all he had to do was get him on the ground. That was, I thought, well, gosh, it would have been really great if he'd at least gotten him on the ground. And it was a hell of an effort. I will say that.
Hey, when I saw Star Thomas kind of whiff on him there, I thought that guy's got a career as a Tennessee safety if he ever wants to try it.
It was Bishop.
Because that angle, who was it? It was Bishop?
Bishop.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Bishop.
I thought, well, see, he has eligibility, so maybe he could do both next year. He could play, because he could do what our safeties are doing back there, Dave. No offense.
Tony, you're giving them too much credit. Our safeties aren't even that close, typically. So
Dave, what is it like sitting in the stadium and watching them play electric football on defense tonight? What was that experience like for you?
Well, I'm going to tell you, it was, the frustrating thing for me wasn't the defense, and we said it multiple times here. It's a 14-point swing. You're walking out of that thing. If you get the touchdown there, it's what, 16-14, and you've given them, you gave them 2 points, and so basically you played them dead even for the most part. My problem is, and y'all touched on it some, but we did it in the Mississippi State game, and I don't understand it. Heck, we did it in the UAB game. Why are we not running the ball early in the game? We're just, what is this love affair we have with all of a sudden throwing it on every down in the first quarter? Run the dang ball.
And you know what you do, too? If you run the ball, I don't have to look at your damn defense.
Yes, absolutely. Here's the other thing. Guys, I'm telling you, Tony, that game tonight, we should have never been running between the tackles. Every time we ran the ball and got outside the tackle box, there was no Alabama defender anywhere. Anywhere. You could have pitched that ball and run all day long. I've never seen an Alabama defense look so poor against the run outside the tackle box. They were stacking up inside, and every time we bounced outside, look at Bishop's run for the touchdown. He came right outside, and there was nobody there. Nobody. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. We are so in love with running between the tackles, and I don't understand that why we don't run the ball outside the tackle box more. It's just that was there all night. We could have done that little quick pitch and let him go. He didn't even need blockers because he got to the line, he got to the corner, and there was nobody there. It was, I know it's Heupel's offense to do that, to run between the tackles, but man, there was so much wide open room tonight. that I haven't seen in an Alabama defense before. So that was there, and I will say this on the quick going up and snapping it and trying to run it in after you got a big play or whatever. Heupel's been doing that successfully his entire career here. He has a big play, he gets down on the 1 or 2 yard line, he gets up there, snaps the ball, and runs it in the end zone right up the gut. And he's been more successful with that than he hasn't been. I don't have any problem with that, with doing that play. That's been very successful. He just, somebody, I don't know what happened. Somebody shot from the end and tackled our running back before he even got the ball hardly. I don't know if that was a missed assignment or just a great play by the Alabama player. But, I thought that was just it was a good play by Alabama at that point. But, and then the last thing I'm going to say, and I agree, I don't want to hear anybody blaming the refs. I mean, I was screaming about the refs. Heck, I scream about the refs every game. The OPI call, Tony, I laughed my head off. Do you know who made that call?
No.
Do you know who actually threw the flag?
No.
He was 35 yards down the field, standing in front of the Alabama bench. He threw his flag as far as he could throw it, and he was still 20 yards away. The flag was still 20 yards away from the play. You're telling me that guy could see that we were past the line of scrimmage by a yard from 35 yards down, and the guy next to the play never threw his flag? That's the kind of stuff that drives me crazy, Tony.
It's a family tradition, yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that makes even there's an Alabama guy next to me kind of laughed and thought, he's like, how's he making that call? I go, I don't know. It's impossible to make that call from there.
Hey, poor Josh Heupel. The next break he gets from the officials will be his absolute first.
Yeah. Now we'll say this:
Yeah.
Heupel got right in that ref's ear and made that official throw that flag for defensive pass interference on Brazel when we were trying to drive one last time down the field before it really got out of hand, and they had a pass interference on Brazel, and that official wasn't going to throw it, and Heupel was screaming at him, and next thing you know, Heupel he finally threw the flag. It was pretty funny, actually. Because it's like, oh, yeah, now you're finally going to give him a flag. 17 down with 4 minutes to go. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
Hang on, Dave. You'll like us. Hey, Matt, share with Dave your observation on the stretch of tonight's game and what we saw from the Zebras.
We said the same thing in real time, that they're going to start calling the PIs now and start evening up the flags. That the garbage time flag was hilarious. It doesn't fool us. I mean, it might fool some people. Plus.
No, and there's another play. There was a play in the end zone where I saw where it was they were about to call pass interference. I think it's a little bit later in that same series where Brazel got interfered with. The official pulled the flag out of his back pocket, held it in his hand, and then after about 2 seconds, he just put it back in his pocket. I just decided not to throw it. I don't know why, but that's the kind of stuff, that's fine. I don't understand. Yeah, I'm not blaming this game on the officials by any stretch, but I don't understand why, and I don't recall it in years past as much. Why are these officials throwing flags 30 and 40 yards away from the play when there's an official right there that's not doing it? And that would almost seem like to me you're kind of insulting the official standing next to the play. It's like, oh, you idiot, you didn't see it? Well, let me throw my flag from 50 yards away and show you up.
Yes. Thank you, my man. It's like, I think because there's legalized gambling now, they like to throw the flags. I like tonight, guys, how they didn't replay whether or not Tennessee got in on that last touchdown.
Yeah.
You like it,
with the total on the line.
You like it, Say?
Oh, it went viral. I saw on Twitter. I went viral. I mean, you had
piss people off.
I saw a tweet that had like 60,000 likes of. I don't know. I can't remember who it was. Somebody pretty influential tweeted it. It was bizarre. I mean, it was bizarre. Close. I don't think he got in. But how do you not look at that when the pregame total was on the line?
And by the way, to Matt Dixon's point, for Florida State's guy, Matt, to run into a defender's fat leg that's laying on the goal line, and that's the reason he didn't get in, like it was some kind of like telephone pole laying there, and now Florida State is still winless. That guy's fat leg kept that guy out of the end zone. It's totally stupid. Like, what are we doing?
Well, just being in the position to lose to that Stanford team's bad enough.
Yes.
Florida State and Penn State are both 0-4 in their league. And then, of course, Clemson's got 4 losses now, too.
Are you kidding me? Clemson lost today?
Yeah,
they got blown out by SMU.
Oh, boy. Is please tell me SMU's not in position to do what they did last year, right?
They're undefeated in the league. SMU is undefeated in the ACC.
Oh, sugar. Let's
go what about that Meat Hit Mario special Friday night? Good
God.
God.
That was as predictable as it comes.
How many penalties did they have in key spots? God, they were not ready to play.
And you talk about you talk about a team that's wasting some food because they've given that guy everything a football coach could need and more. As Sean Sinclair's finally had enough. How about Sinko hanging in there tonight?
He did not. The Mario Cristobal talks enough to drive anybody out of there.
Sinko,
but I mean, Mario Cristobal, they started 9-0 last year and they didn't make the playoffs. This guy's a total. This guy, I think he's the worst coach in the country on Friday, I guess this week. But he's atrocious. Braum against Cristobal is about as big of a mismatch as it gets on game day.
Back to our busy phones we go. C's come in here with some new juice. I mean, if C keeps this up, I might stay on. No, I don't know, 3 o'clock Eastern time. Hello and welcome in. You are live on Garza Law, 5th quarter fan reaction. Hi.
I'm on.
You are. You are right there. Yes, sir.
Hey, it's boy Billy out in Harriman. Hey,
Hey, boy, Billy.
Can I curse on this thing or not? I don't want to get nobody in trouble.
Boy, Billy, do what you're going to do. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, bro.
Hey, speaking of that, what time are you going to sleep, man? I mean, Garza, they pay for the 5th quarter. I guess they get the 6th quarter for free, huh?
I mean, it's kind of like, yeah, you said it, I didn't. I need a new agent.
Hey, man. Hey, I knew Tennessee was fucked on that first 3rd and 2 when they just try to shove it up the middle against all them 340-pound Bama guys. If you're going to be for real and try to win a game on the road like this, you got to come correct. And that was some BS, man. And I'm off the Joey Heisman stuff, back to Joey Pigskin. Our secondary out there playing bumper cars, just ramming into people left and right, not trying to tackle nobody.
They look like bumper cars, Matt. They don't wrap up.
Cuban bumper cars, man.
You know what they remind me of? Those things that they have when you go see the Smokies, Matt. Those inflatable deals where you bang into each other. It's the dumbest looking thing in the world, Matt. Watching us tackle people and our linebackers and our secondary. It's like totally idiotic. No offense.
Hey man, God bless them, but this time management at the end of the quarters and the end of games, it's getting ridiculous, man.
It's interesting.
And the play before the half, I know everybody's talking about it, and I mean, because it's 14-point swing, every available pass catcher was on the line of scrimmage blocking, or they was in the backfield. I mean, and everybody knows they're going to pass. I mean, cool. Like, I guess they know where the pass is going, one of these guys. And I got a bone to pick with the Carnes kid, man. I looked him up. He's telling me he didn't run track one season, all 4 years of high school. I mean, if that kid had done some block starts and accelerations and technical sprinting training like he's supposed to be doing, all these skill guys, they ain't running track no more. They're just playing football year-round, doing all that flag. He'd have chased that guy down. He'd have closed the ground. He'd pushed him out of bounds and saved us some points, man. That makes me mad. These guys ain't doing track no more, man.
Hey, we used to have a robust track program that was replete with Tennessee football players. You're right about that.
I know, man.
Everybody specializes these days, and you know what? When you specialize, you're not as good as an athlete. You're not as good of an overall athlete when you're not playing and doing all the sports. That's my opinion. My opinion only. But I'm speaking the damn truth. I'm speaking the truth.
All right, I gotta get to bed eventually. But all I gotta say, Tony, my fighting Joe Smith out there in Utah, they won that holy war, and I can't wait till you do that tier talk, see where you move them up to. Undefeated BYU's, come on, man.
Hey, C, are we going to have to move them a tier on Thursday, the fighting Joe Smiths? Where are you?
The tier talk I've heard is controversial. Is that right?
Well, I mean, tier talk's tough.
I
think BYU's winning the Big 12 now since Texas Tech got upset.
Can you guys imagine if BYU was to, do that because they have. You
They'll
talk,
be like
you talk about living a charmed life. They're winning games with mirrors, man.
they got outgained 2-1 again today.
It's incredible. I mean, Virginia thinks that they're a gimmick. You know.
Hey man, I'm out of here, Tony. Go play your little mandolin or something. Get yourself some sleep, bro.
Jerry said,
Yeah, they did. Washington State may have played back-to-back one-possession games with playoff teams in the last 2 weeks.
Ewad, he said to me, hey, Tony, I'm out of here. I need to get some sleep, and you need to go play your mandolin.
He's doing looking up high school track bios. That's a great call.
That's a great call. That's what happens when you stay until 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm kind of disappointed, Matt, we haven't had more drunks. Now, Florida was crunk tonight when he called in, which I was kind of proud of him. See, if you go back and listen, you didn't listen tonight. Florida's call, he was so drunk that I started counting him down, and he didn't even realize that I was counting him down. He was talking about his son's youth football team, and I started going 10, 9, 8, 7.
How's Megatron doing? How's Megatron doing? Did we get an update?
We did get an update.
Yeah, we got an update because somebody asked in a super chat, and I asked Heflin, who played it well. I said, Will, can I ask? Florida has a super chat specifically for Florida, and Will said, well, of course, you got to ask Will if it's a super chat. And the super chat was, can we get an update on Megatron? That's the most retarded. I mean, it's the most idiotic. And
he also gave an update on Deshaun Bishop, some of his kin. Is that right?
Oh, there's 5. He's got like 5 kids or 5. What is it? 5 cousins, and they all play.
He 4 cousins in the Grace pipeline at some level.
Wow, it sounds like I do need to go back and listen. That's hard hitting.
Oh, you don't.
Back to the phones we go. Me counting him down was pretty good, though, if I could say so myself. I mean, I can admire myself. It is, after all, 2:56 in the a.m. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Tony, it's Aaron from Cookville. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Aaron, welcome in. It's 2 o'clock your time. What are you doing up?
Yeah, I've got an hour on you guys. So, man, I've got so much to say, I don't even know where to start.
Hit it.
Heupel, from the fact of the matter is he's not a very good football coach. He's not a very good coach. The play call, of course, on the pick six has been talked about ad nauseum. That's horrendous. Helen Keller knows he's about to or that he has to throw the ball. You can't run it. Why would you go play action? Why would you go in a bunch formation with 3 tight ends and an extra offensive lineman? Also, only 1 player runs a route. Kitzelman was the only player to run a route on that play.
But Dave liked the route. Dave and
there was another one that ran a route. He just got tackled in the end zone.
Okay, so they had 2 guys running a route. Not that much better. I mean, that's a horrendous play call, but either way, he's hyper conservative, and it goes back week to week to week. Look at the play calling at the end of the first half in the Mississippi State game, at the end of regulation of the Mississippi State game. Hyper conservative in the second to last possession against Arkansas. We need 3 or 4 yards to end the game. They end up with the ball back, and we end up having to get a stop to win. He's 100, and there's not a single coach in college football that goes for it on 4th down less often than Josh Heupel. He ranks 136th, dead last, despite the fact that he hasn't failed one the entire season. He was 4 for 4 starting this game. I think he's 7 for 7 now.
Wow.
Has not failed one, but he goes for it less than anybody else.
See, you were saying that earlier, right? It's kind of peculiar, isn't it? Because they're good at it.
They're good at it.
They're really good at it, actually. It's very
hyper
strange.
conservative.
What's led to this, guys? Matt, what do you think's led to that from this guy?
Well, I think he's only going for it when he thinks he's going to get it. So it makes it. But I don't know. I think they've gotten a little conservative at times, but he probably just leans on what he did last year a little too much this year because your defense is just night and day different than last year, and he's kind of leaning on that philosophy a little too much this year.
He didn't think he could get it on 4th and 1 on the first possession of the game, 4.5 yards. I'm sure he thought he could get it. He just didn't have the nerve or the gumption to go to try it.
Yeah, he pinned him at their 1, right, Matt?
Well, the first of the game was inside their own 10, and then later in the
game,
yeah. It was at their 1, yeah.
So, nonetheless, I don't know if it's a lack of confidence in getting it, which it can't be that because he's getting it at such a high clip, successful at such a high clip, so it can't be that. So I don't know what it is, but maybe he's just scared. I don't know.
He's not having. I'll say this for Heupel, because quarterbacks can have good years, receivers can have good years. You can have a bad year. Heupel's not having a good year with the headset this year. Like his stuff, he's just for whatever reason. That doesn't mean that he's lost a step or he's not good at it or any of that stuff. What it does mean is though that he's not helping this year. He's just not.
No,
he's not.
And look how awful has the clock management been all season long. And I think somebody made a great point earlier. Yeah. Maybe it's because he's so focused on the play calling that he's not zoned in enough on the game situation, the clock, and what's going on.
Yep.
He in the Mississippi State game, if you go back and look, he took 2 timeouts with him to the locker room.
Yes,
that's
right.
Or to the end of the game, he just took them.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Yeah, it's been very curious. He's been like a tick off. I'm not like trying to be overly critical. From what we've seen from him in the past, this year he's just not giving his best stuff with the headset on. I don't know.
No, I agree.
It's just been weird.
It's awful.
It's been pretty bad. Yeah.
Let me give you a couple of examples from today.
Yeah.
The game was pretty much already in hand, so it didn't really matter. It didn't change anything. There was 4 minutes left in the game. We're down 17 points.
Right.
Even Greg McElroy was saying it's 4th down and like 9 or something, 11. And he goes, if you kick you need 3 scores. You should take the field goal here, which I guess that's, you're not going to win anyway. So at that point,
well,
nonetheless,
you just said he doesn't go for it on 4th down enough.
No, I agree, but it's 4th down and 9, and you need 3 scores with 4 minutes to go.
Bobby Petrino did that today too. It was absolutely mystifying. Petrino, I don't know what he was doing at the end of their game, but I would defy anybody to go back and watch that and tell me what the hell Bobby Petrino was doing. Because he did the exact. You're in a 2-score game. You get the ball around the 15-yard line, and you got like a minute and a half left in the game. You got to kick a field goal.
Here's the thing, Tony. You have to extend the game.
Exactly.
If you go for it and you don't get it, the game is over.
I'm always
if you kick this field goal,
I agree with that.
The game is extended.
I agree with that. And the other thing that these college guys struggle with too is that 2-minute warning and when to take timeouts. Today,
Heupel, that was one of the things I was going to say about his time management. He calls a timeout when it's 4th down. They're going to punt. There's 2 minutes and 6 seconds left, and he calls a timeout instead of letting 6 seconds run off.
Lane Kiffin did the exact same thing today. Lane Kiffin burned his 3rd timeout. He took the first 2 before the warning, which is what you want to do. Chris Fowler's so lost on that role and how to handle that he said, well, Lane's just doing that to give his team a break here. No, he's not. You idiot.
No.
You need to call tennis. You need to stick to calling tennis and let somebody call football that understand. I mean, no, you got to take that timeout for the 2-minute warning because those 45 seconds are worth a whole lot more whole lot more
Right.
than your 2
And
timeouts. And you're going to
on
get
the last one, when only 6 seconds is going to run off, you don't call
You
it
don't
there.
call it. These guys really struggle with that. I'm glad
Yeah.
I'm glad they're all making like $10 million though. Lane Kiffin did the same thing today.
Back to that 4th down and 11 where I said they should have kicked the field goal. It was 3rd down and 14. The clock is stopped because we're out of bounds on the previous play. We throw a screen pass. We throw a 1-yard pass. Brazel runs for like 3 yards. There's 3 minutes and 45 seconds left in the game. He lets the clock run for 40 seconds before he calls it, and then calls a timeout.
Thank you. Good talking to you. Yeah, he's had an odd year this year, but and Matt's clapping at him about how he wanted to kick a field goal. Matt, come on, man.
Well, shit, he spent 5 minutes talking about how he doesn't go for it on 4th down, and then he criticizes him for going for it on 4th down. Did any of y'all see how Memphis lost the UAB, which is a stunning result in and of itself?
Yes.
Yeah.
God, that was incredible. They never should have lost anyway, but they had a run to like the 1-yard line with like a minute left.
Yes.
And they called a touchdown on the field.
Yeah, it looked like a touchdown. I thought he scored 2. Yep. And then they had 2 false starts and a delay of game penalty, and they wound up not getting in.
My favorite, Matt, was the delay of game penalty that came out of a timeout.
Out of a timeout,
and that tackle went back to that quarterback, and I mean jumped and screamed in his face. It was the most next. He looked at him like, what?
They lost to a UAB team with an interim coach and a backup quarterback.
Chris Mortensen's son, right?
Yes, Chris Mortensen's son. And I can't figure out what Chris Mortensen's son looks like because I'm nothing to look at. But somebody tell me, you look at Chris Mortensen's son and trying to figure out, there's like a cartoon character. There's somebody he looks like.
Nico's 3-0 in the Big Ten this year.
Hey, mess with Nico.
Also, although he got hurt late, he took a wicked shot late.
Hammered.
It sounds like Jerry Neuheisel might be getting. It's starting to get a lot of discussion about not the big boy jobs, but like the next in line, like if Rhett Lashley leaves, like when things start to move around, that kind of second tier job. It sounds like Jerry Neuheisel might get one of those.
I like that. I like Jerry Neuheisel. There's something about having a head football coach that looks like Chris Gray's 14-year-old sister when she was in Bearden Middle School. As Chris Gray said to me last week, which will never be forgotten by the living fan. College football. Ewad, how'd the Bearcats do today? We play or we off?
They played Oklahoma State. What do you think happened?
They won by like 28 over Oklahoma State.
Bad turn in that game for Oklahoma State backers late. Oklahoma State was driving to cement the cover, and we had a 100-yard, pick six, Ewad?
Yeah. Longest in Cincinnati history.
Oh, so you were on the receiving end of a 100-yard pick six tonight and the losing end. Wow.
By the way, I want to shout out Dave Neal's crew down there. And Matt, when that turnover happened in that Mississippi State game, I was trying to see how it happened because I was watching our game too. And it took them like 7 minutes. Did they have to run the tape over to another projector, spool it up? I mean,
literally the biggest guy on the field caught the pass.
What are we?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
They're dropping that D tackle into coverage.
Did we spool the tape, Dave Neal? Did we have to like?
Sad thing is he plays better coverage than our linebackers.
Nobody sold for my line on Bishop when he took that angle on that kid on that. By the way, Dave from Ackworth, I just wanted to make sure you were still listening. That's why I took a cheap shot at you. I just wanted you to know that. I'm just trying to keep everybody honest here since I'm up at What is it, Matt? What time is it? 3:09.
3:09 right now Eastern time.
This is about idiotic. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Plenty of times. Lines are jammed.
Oh, they're all jammed. Yeah.
The game just ended 3 hours ago.
3 hours and 59 minutes ago. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Tony.
Yo.
I'm 100% done with Josh Heupel and his chicken shit ass. You're only as good as the people you surround yourself with on anything, like coaching or any sporting event. He is obviously not nothing, nowhere like he was ever since Golish has left him. He's not the mastermind behind this, like everybody thinks he is. He's slaw at best. Earlier in the season, Brazil is the star of this offense. Where's he been the last 2 weeks? And if you don't get these star athletes involved early, then they go in hiding. He's threw one deep ball to him in 2 weeks. I'm done with him.
Hey, Matt, are teams just taking Brazil away? Is that kind of your sense right now, making these other guys beat them?
Yeah, at least in the first halves, which to Tennessee's credit, Staley's been able to do that over the middle early in these games. He's been getting wide open. But, yeah, teams are certainly bracketing or just playing a guy deep versus Brazil, which is probably why they went to so many of those quick screens tonight, because they had some off coverage.
And one more thing, if this cute-ass Danny White don't stop fooling and fucking with us fans and our coaches, he's going to fucking catch one.
What? I might have hit the dump button on that. What? Matt, do you think if Tony Vols goes on that people are going to be a little upset with Danny White?
More than a little. He'll never be forgiven for it. Whether that's fair
it's
or
his
not.
problem or not, yeah. As I said earlier,
you can't let him. You can't let him.
As I said earlier, Tony Vols is not a Danny White guy, and Danny White isn't a Tony Vols guy. So, just kind of how that is. That's how life works sometimes.
But he's Tony Vols. He's not Tony Giants. What are we doing here?
Welcome into our next call. They might be Giants. Hello and welcome in.
I got to drink 2 more beers.
Hi, you're on the air. Welcome in.
Tony.
Yo.
Rowdy Riley and Chillin' Quillin. We're driving back from Loserville. Got about an hour and 20 minutes left, man.
God bless you, man. God bless you.
We stuck it out till the clock hit 0. Smell like smoke, even though we didn't get to taste any of it, but it's part of the rivalry, right?
It's the kind of the way it is. You walk out of there smelling like smoke, kind of like going to Kroger Field next Saturday night.
Well, I'm not going to make that game, but
interesting.
So, Tony, a couple questions I got. You know, I don't have anything negative to say against Josh Heupel as a head coach in that sense. Some of the other guys, you know, fire him, get him out of here, whatever. Just talking to Quillen, we're driving back, you know, 2015 Alabama coaching staff. Everyone always talks about legendary Kirby Smart, Lane Kiffin. Was it Kurt Signetti? I think he was like a quarterback's coach. I mean,
he was a recruiting coordinator. Yes, that's right.
So we got Tim Banks, and I don't even know who our offensive coordinator, Josh Smelly or something like that. I mean, we don't have guys that sound like they're going to work their butts off for 2 years, do some awesome shit, and then go get a coaching job. Isn't that kind of what we want? Isn't that what we would want Josh to kind of put underneath him? Have him, you know, run the offense, run the machine, and then just have a staff that, sure, you have some turnover, but you're just, I don't know, running the Saban style coaching program.
Well, look, in a perfect world like what Rick Barnes does, you'd have guys all over the place that are head coaches. And with Barnes, some win, some don't. Some are successful, some aren't. With Saban, some won, some didn't. For a while there, we used to joke that his coaching tree grew on Toomer's Corner, and Harvey Updike was the procurer of it. At the same time, Tim Banks last year probably missed his window because he probably should have gotten out of here and gotten a head coaching job somewhere. Didn't he try, guys? Was that 2 years ago, Matt? He tried to get the MTSU job, or was that last year, Matt?
No, I think that was 2 years ago. There was some talk that he was kind of flirting with Clemson at one point last year before they hired Tom Allen. I don't know how real that was, but the MTSU was 2 years ago. But no, he missed his window last year. And last year was obviously his best job he's ever going to do here.
I'll tell you the really strange thing about Banks, too. I was talking with a friend of mine this week who lives in Tennessee, who's a big Penn State fan. And he was telling me that Tim Banks was an excellent recruiter for Penn State. And I told him, I said, he is a zilcho zero recruiter here. And he said, huh? I said, yeah. He hasn't added anything. Huh? It's pretty odd. It's pretty strange. Because that's the reason MTSU gave the job to the man that wears the vest on the sidelines, the bulletproof vest, Derek Mason.
He's doing a great job, by the way, Derek Mason.
I mean, what would life be without it? Anything else for us as you make your way back?
Yeah, we're sitting here. So we were listening. I didn't catch the show yesterday, but we listened to the replays this morning on the drive down, and you guys talking about that game back in '90 with the double bump? Was that what you were calling it?
Yeah.
Double bump.
Boom, boom.
What are we calling it? The halftime gut punch. I mean, watching that, we were in the north end zone, so we watched him run the entire length of the field coming towards us. A bunch of Tennessee fans up there. Section double N8, whatever. He sticks up there. It was terrible. I've never watched a worse feeling in person Tennessee. I mean, it was worse than Nico running out of bounds against Arkansas.
Wow.
I mean, it was just one of those things. I mean, what was it? Music City Sam or whatever his name is. It's like he said. I didn't leave at halftime. Like I said, we stuck it out, but you almost knew that we weren't coming back from that in any way. So I just didn't know if we were scheming a name, or we just say it's not even worth the name.
I'm gonna turn that thing over to Bino. Matt, does anything come to mind, or if anybody wants to email me, and let's see if we can tag that play with a name, because that was a brutal turn of events. Like, me and Matt were on doing a Twitter Spaces just a few minutes after that had happened, and that was just you watch enough of these games, you're just not going to get up from that. There's zero chance you're winning that game. And you know what? The Vols had a fast start to that quarter, and if you think about it, it still really didn't matter, because that play right there was the difference in the game.
It was. I mean, what do we? So we gave them 9 points. Somebody was telling me the other day that, they say, hey, what's the point of a defense?
Yeah.
The point of a defense is, to stop the offense. No. The point of a defense is to get points on the board. Your defense is you're getting points on the board, and they got 9 points on us. If you think of it like that, I mean.
And people want Tim Banks fired. Thank you, my man. Good talking. You're one of them. Good talking to you, though. On your TLD Logistics hotline, Katina says the following: Tim Banks makes John Janzik look like Dick LeBeau. What is that? See, what does that mean? And why is John Janzik catching strays out here tonight?
I'm a big John Janzik guy. He's had I think he's had 3 or 4 sons who have played, who've played sports for the Vols, basketball or football, right?
Wow.
Great Vol. John Janitors, they called him, right?
Yes,
Yeah, Big John Janitors. Wonder what he's up to now.
I know his son pretty well.
Probably about 3
His
bills.
son was on Brian Kelly's staff, so hopefully, I think he's back in Knoxville now. His oldest son.
I bet John's up to about 3. Oh, let's go back to the phones.
Well, Butch Jones could use them because their defense is like at the bottom of the FBS and everything.
Did you?
What a win by Butch this week. Tony doubted him.
Did you see Butch's post-game thing?
Oh yeah, did you see that, Matt?
Matt, you got to hear this. Tell him about it. Listen, living listener. This is why you were with us here at 3 o'clock in the morning.
This is right. I caught it only one time. A buddy of mine showed me it on his phone, but they had the cameras in there. You know, like Arkansas State's little social media team or whatever was in the locker room after their big Tuesday night win on ESPN, and Butch Jones said, "This one's going on SportsCenter," and the whole team did like in unison, like they had practiced it. Did da 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 da.
Oh God, they had it pre-planned. Jeez,
yeah.
All because they walked off South Alabama.
Not just any South Alabama team. A 1-5 South Alabama team. Hey, Ewad, your thoughts on Butch Jones, who we used to call Kim Jong-Jones, pre-staging a celebration like Kim Jong-un himself?
That sounds perfectly like the Butch Jones that I've come to know and not love.
You talk about a guy majoring in the minors, Matt.
It was one of the all-time moments. I gotta find it, the clip of it here.
You guys are gonna be on SportsCenter, and then if you pander like that,
that sounds like something they would ignore.
No, it sounds like something they would blow you for.
It's so bizarre too that like
you're right.
ESPN loves hearing their own name. You know that. Come on, you know from working in that deal.
I know. Yeah, they're the biggest self-promoting organization ever.
Oh. Damn, that's great, see.
Especially when they can steal your work.
I bet Butch thinks he's probably a candidate for that LSU job since it's to follow Brian Kelly.
By the way, Matt, my favorite point about the Ole Miss game today is how
nice, Matt.
Kirby Smart did not blitz them until it was time to win the game. Did you notice that, Matt? He basically let them go up and down the field like 95
up
times.
And down the field for 3 quarters.
And then
then it was winning time, and Georgia was the 85 Bears.
That's right. He called the cops on their party.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Kiffin then, because Kiffin and them called a great game. They were incredible.
A great game. This Lane Kiffin guy was on the money today.
Yeah, he was dialed in, and they barely had a lead. I don't know. George and Kirby, it's disgusting. It's kind of like Saban his last year. He took a 9-3 team to the playoffs because this Georgia team's just not very good. And I think you kind of see it when like the way Kirby acted when they won here and last week when they won at Auburn. The way he's celebrating, he kind of knows he's overachieving.
Oh, he knows they blow. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows they're not winning anything that matters in the playoffs.
Here's the postscript on this season, and Matt said it earlier. It's going to get lost in the fine print tonight. When Tennessee falls short this year, which I think they're going to, I don't mean to be a fatalist, but that's just my view. We're going to look back at that Georgia game and go, that's why you're 9-3. Because that was a golden opportunity against a team that's begging somebody to beat them. Begging. But they toyed around with Ole Miss today. It was 35-26, and then all of a sudden they just started blitzing. And it's like, oh, you guys aren't going to get another first down. Did you notice that too, see? It was almost like Kirby said, okay, that was fun for you guys. You guys can't stop us at all. Like Ole Miss, does Ole Miss, now I'm being serious, see, How many players do they have that can start for Tennessee's defense? Put this in perspective for us, see. What's the number? What do you think?
Can you? Sorry, I was watching the Butch Jones video. I think the number would probably be like 3 or 4 total out of the. They have no talent on defense at all. They lost last year was their as they say come year on defense. They spent all that money. They got Walter Nolan. They got all those guys on defense.
Hey Matt, you think our secondary's bad?
They're terrible.
Tell the living listener what their secondary looked like today, Matt. And the way they tackle.
They never covered a tight end once today. Georgia's tight ends were running wide open up and down the field. I think they had 3 touchdowns, and they was like the first 3 they'd scored all year.
Trust me.
It was covering was optional. They let Stockton run around whenever he really needed to.
Trust me.
I mean, they gave up 43 points to a team that couldn't even move the ball against Auburn.
And Matt, it looked like they were playing on a Canadian Football League field. There was so much room out there. Looked like that field was 20 yards wider. Or like they only had 9 guys, like it's 11 on 9 or some crazy thing like that. You know, tonight would be the night that Williams guy decided to show. They're showing the highlights right now. Tonight would be the night where that damn Williams guy would choose to show up. Let's get our final call. Hello and welcome in. Hi.
Man, 326.
You're on the air. Hey, welcome in.
I'm actually working night shift, and it's really slow, which makes it even worse to have to deal with this.
Down on the night shift.
So let's see if I can try and wrap this up. Y'all needed a name for this game. How about the Heupel Heimlich? I just right off the top of my head, something choking, a combination of Heupel and the Heimlich. That's what I've got for that.
That's pretty harsh on our head coach, don't you think?
And Sinko said it right off the top. You know, it feels like we're not serious. You know, we're not serious about clock management. We're not serious about tackling, about alignment, assignment, you know, about calling the right play in the moment, about penalties, you know, and the rest of that stuff. And I think that kind of shows you do that, then you're not going to be taken seriously. And that's just, sorry, you got to stop that. And I'm struck by I'm going to shift gears here. You know, that Heupel's a coach that's going to, I think Negative said it, Heupel's a coach that's going to win more than he loses, but he's not going to win a championship. It just doesn't seem like he's an all-in kind of coach, doesn't have that killer instinct, you know. And I want to extend that thought and turn a total contrast. The contrast to that is Tony Vitello. That's an all-in guy who lives and breathes to win championships. And I don't think he could stand being a coach that simply wins more than he loses. And yet you got Danny White, who's enamored with Heupel. That's his guy that he hired from UCF. And yet you're going to short Vitello NIL money for his program for women's basketball, dude. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. That's pretty close to the dumbest thing. The last thing try and leave it on a silly note on the way out. Louisville walked into Miami and they took the life championship title belt right off the Hurricanes.
Oh my gosh, that's right. The life championship now resides with Chris Burke in Louisville.
That's right.
How about that, Matt
Jeff Brom
Dixon?
can coach, man. He probably won't hold it for long, so enjoy, smoke them while you got them. You know what I mean?
Thank you, my brother. Good
Love you
talking
guys.
to you. Brom has all these wins against top 5 programs too, Matt. This guy can really coach, right?
He's an elite. He's kind of like maybe Dan Mullen, but maybe a little bit better. I'm not sure. He's just really, really good in 3 or 4 games a year. He's got everything dialed up and off a bye. Wow. That felt like a great spot Friday night, and they held up more than well on the line of scrimmage. So no, I think Brom, like he's from Louisville and played there. Like it'd be hard to pull. And there's a lot of coaches that left their alma mater for quote unquote bigger jobs that just fell flat in their face. But with some of these jobs opening, Like he could win a national title at an Oklahoma or an LSU or USC with the way he can call plays. He's really, really, really dials things up.
One of my Penn
But he
State
does
friends
have a
wants him.
stinker to a year.
One of my Penn State friends wants him. He said, "What do you think of him?" I said, he probably beat Ohio State a time or two. See, here's the thing about Heupel.
He'll have some 8-4 years, but he'll beat Ohio State and Michigan.
People can get angry with Heupel all they want. He's still the guy that on home soil has beaten Florida and has beaten Alabama. And how many other people around here could say that? I mean, consistently beating those teams. How many other people can say that? That's the truth. Now, I realize they're not very good when they go on the road under this guy, but most teams aren't very good when they go on the road to play to teams that can really play. And a lot of people have made a lot of good points tonight, but I do want us to be mindful. And look, I'm not the guy's press agent. I don't think he feverishly has an unquenchable thirst to recruit, which I think you have to at a school like this if you want to win a national championship. That's my take. I've said it before. I'll say it. I just don't think he loves recruiting. I think he loves calling football plays, and that's okay. He's very good at it. The thing with that Vitello guy, the thing that makes him so special is he's got that thing Saban had, that Pat Summitt had, that Billy Donovan had when he was at Florida. Those people are always recruiting. Always. Like Kirby Smart, they wake up in the morning and that's all they think about. It's just recruiting. That's all they think about. So, anyway. Anything else, guys, on the way out? Final thoughts? Anybody have a final thought here? Because I'm exhausted. We took our last phone call.
Nobody else on hold, Tony?
That's it. By the way,
what?
My favorite time of the night was when we would go to Brian Hartman on shows like this, Matt. And what would Brian Hartman do for those that have just found the program?
He would either be asleep and not answer, or he'd give us the update of Nevada and San Jose State.
Brian Hartman would literally, you would go to him, and then he would say to me on Monday, "Man, I'm sorry, dude. Like, I fell asleep an hour and 40 minutes into the show," and I say, "Well, Bri, that's a good sign. When one of the damn hosts is falling asleep." I mean,
that Ohio State game. What? How late did we go? 5:30, 5:15.
It was like 4:30 or 5. We got it. Yeah. John Adams was.
I didn't even know that show ended.
Homemade bomb.
He what?
Remember, he was telling me I needed to raid the cleaning closet and make a homemade bomb to get out of the hotel.
And then we had Ewad. I think you were at your childhood home, right?
Yeah, I was.
We had Whispering Ewad that night.
Yeah, Whispering Ewad.
He goes,
"Didn't want to make my mama.
I can't really talk." And it's like, anybody listening to that show had to be like, wow.
You said, we really didn't have an answer for Jeremiah Smith.
We really didn't.
Well, boys,
That's great.
Love you guys.
You do better me than I do.
Ewad, Whispering.
Hopefully we don't wake up tomorrow to Josh Vollander.
Oh, God. Jesus. God, can we not have this happen? Please.
Great final.
Save us, Dondi. Save us.
And that's our final thought. And I do think Donde Plowman's gotten involved in it. We love you. Peace. G to the B to the O. But you better stay the hell away from Tony Vitello. Okay.
Man,
G to the
this
B
could be
to
the
the
worst
O.
night ever.
G to the B to the O. And Giants, stay away from Vitello. Peace. Well, that does it for that show. All right, y'all. Peace. Thanks, guys.
Good night, brother.
That was fun till it wasn't.
We can't lose him.
For those heading to or fro and to and from and all that stuff, and you're still heading back, I'm gonna fire tonight's show up for you, so you can hear what you missed. How's that sound? Cool. All right, go cool. Let's see, where is this thing? All right, here's tonight's show in its entirety. And we thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. We thank you. We support you. Have a great night and a good morning. Good night and good hockey.
Big Orange fans, you played every snap. You showed your orange. But you're just getting started, because it's time for the best post-game fan show in college football. It's time for the Garza Law Firm 5th Quarter Fan Reaction. The place where the Big Orange universe from all around the world gathers to talk about today's game. Unfiltered, uncensored, and unapologetic. And did we mention commercial free? A show of you, by you, and yep, for you. Yes! Yes! The most unique fan experience in sports. And it happens right now. Get online at 865-200-5402. That's 865-200-5402. Or you can hit us up on Twitter at Tony Basilio. Now, here's your host of the Garza Law Firm 5th Quarter Fan Reaction.